Aloha and good morning, everybody. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz. I'm joining you from Honolulu, Hawaii this morning. And I'm here for eTurboNews and livestream.travel. But more important, we'll continue to celebrate the launch of the World Tourism Network. World Tourism Network is an association what emerged out of the rebuilding.travel discussion we had since March, since the outbreak of COVID-19. And we're progressing into an organization with now more than 1,000 members in 124 countries. And some of us are meeting right now, and we're going to go to Nigeria to learn more about this West African country and what is going on in Africa. Before we do this, I wanted to remind everybody, we have a number of events coming up. The entire December is our launch events. We had our major lounge, and we also had the ministerial panel already, and many other events. You can find both the archive and also upcoming events when you go to wtn.travel and click on the blue banner, or you click on the link for the launch event. It's very prominent. You can register, be live, ask questions, or you can watch us, of course, on eTurboNews, on Facebook. This is going to be repeated a number of times over the next 30 days. So we're excited to be out there, and anyone who hasn't joined us yet, just go to wtn.travel. We have both free and we have full paid membership options, and we want you to be part of it. Now, without further delay, I'd like to give the microphone to Clara Okoro. And Clara Okoro is joining us from Lagos, Nigeria. For those that don't know where Nigeria is, she will explain it. It's one of the most powerful countries actually in Africa, with a lot of people, very inventive people. We just earlier off the air, we talked about the vibrant fashion industry in that country. Lots going on. Welcome, Clara. You need to unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Like Jürgen said, my name is Clara Okoro, and it's a pleasure to have you all join us this evening. I'm, presenting from Lagos in Nigeria, and we're basically going to be talking about a topic that we feel would add value and if taken into consideration when policies are being drawn up and implemented. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you for taking time out to join us. I have three people who will join me on this panel, each of them an expert in the areas that they work. And we're going to have very strong value-driven discussions this evening, and has takeaway that if some of these ideas put forward are implemented, it will go a long way in making tourism very, very competitive in Africa. I'd like to welcome you once again, and we're going to be treating the topic of smart tourism in Africa. It might sound a bit futuristic, but I can assure you that sometimes when technology comes into some areas of Africa, what it does is just leapfrog. It's 5 years, 10 years, and jump into the 10th year of that existing technology. And these are the things we're hoping would eventually happen with the tourism ecosystem in Africa. So I'd like to introduce to you my panelists. I have Mr. Amos Emmanuel, founder, Programmers Foundation. I have Mr. Yasir Demnati, Associate Director of Sales, Parkyard in Dubai. And I also have Marie Glad, who is the Senior Designer, Lecturer, and Mentor at Malmo University in Spain. It's a pleasure to have them all, and we're going to keep this very short, succinct, and to the point. So our presentations are just going to last for five minutes, and then we go into the discussion panel, where afterwards you will all be free to ask questions. I'll just give a brief of who my panelists are. Amos Emmanuel is Chairman and Chief Software Architect at Programmers. He is the immediate past Vice President, Information Technology Association of Nigeria, ITAN, and Nigeria's member at the World Information Technology and Services Alliance, WITSA. While in ITAN, he chaired the ITAN Strategic Initiative Committee, ISIC. He's also the founder of the World Awards, WSA, and an expert in that jury. He's going to help us talk about smart cities today. Yasir Demnati is a high energy success-driven executive with a broad toolkit of business development, digital marketing and sales management with over 14 years in his kitty. He's developed a strong reputation for the ability to consistently drive progress and profits as director of sales at Parkyard in New York. He played a series of key roles in setting the hotel commercial strategy, managing relationship with key clients, and growing the hotel's market share in Middle East and Africa. Mr. Yasir Demnati will be talking to us today about smart hotels and how in post-COVID era, this will become the norm. Marie will be talking to us about user interface. When tourists want to travel to countries, does technology play a part in the decisions they make? And I think absolutely this is key now for a lot of people who want their comfort. To go to uncharted territory where they know nothing about is a bit of a dampener in their decision. But if we have tools that can make their journeys, their travels a lot easier, it will become very competitive for those environments that they want to travel. What Marie will be looking at. She has over 20 years of experience in the field of user-centered design and digital innovation. She has worked with over 70 different brands across industries, including IBM, IKEA, Orange, Mercedes-Benz, Scandinavian Airlines. With her breadth of experience and expertise in managing global as well as local projects, she translates big ideas into impactful and integrated solutions. Marie will be speaking to us, as I mentioned, about user experience and user interface when it comes to technology tools in travel. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome my panelists and welcome each and every one of you. And I'll go straight to Mr. Amos Emmanuel for the first presentation.
Thank you very much, Clara. So I know we don't have too much time on this, so I'll just go straight to share my presentation. Just permit me to do this. Please let me know when you see my screen.
Your screen comes to
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, great. Merci beaucoup. Right, as I'm sure, devoid of other introductions, because I don't have much time, I must say that I thank the World Tourism Network for this program today. I would just want to take the aspect that concerns me, which is trying to see how Africa should look at tourism going forward, because enough of the excuses we may want to give. Right. First is that smart and digital enabled tourism in Africa. Increasing awareness for digital economy trends in Africa owing to the visitation of the 2020 coronavirus pandemic will improve the dwindling performance of a true tourism industry in many African countries. There are certain factors I'm looking at as factors that we really need to hold importantly. I will look at visa facilities innovation. Things around visa facilities has to be properly taken care of, and they must be responsive to positive, guidelines compliance with the World Health Organization. Of course, marketing campaigns, now we have digital media that has actually expanded in so many ways. Tourism in Africa that was never there are beginning to take advantage of digital media in marketing, tourism, products, and services. Then we look at some other factors as the improving of the infrastructure. This has become major concern in many governments across Africa. That improving digital ecosystem became a very important thing that we had seen like about a decade ago. And in my foundation, we had actually been trying to see how we'll actually assist the environment by curation of a digital ecosystem that we call the Innovation Bed.Africa, where innovation solutions need to be linked to tourism activities particularly. Africa actually, if properly presented, marketed, Africa, I can actually see that the digitally marketed tourism carries the beauty of an African digital economy. The beauty of Africa is yet to be appreciated. But then we're happy that given that tourism now utilizes tools that work across different devices, making it more convenient for tourists, African tourism industry is actually hasn't seen its expansions and promotions yet. Now, improving infrastructure, we look at digital transformation. This is actually an inevitable journey that tourism organizations need to embark on, fundamentally changing the way in which business is done and customers are serviced. It is a journey that begins by evaluating the way the tourism organizations work, the way they communicate, the way they connect, and of course, the way they collaborate. And of course, bearing in mind that tourism in itself is a part of a major ecosystem, the digital economy of any nation. Nigeria and Africa, they are not out of this. So all the integrations of all of these are part of the SDGs that we believe, if properly harnessed, that technology will be able to really move the bars for this. Now, in the innovating of the problems of tourism under the innovation bed, we are actually looking at a situation whereby we are subjecting every youth around us to special training for which they can perhaps help their various regional leadership to see how they can change their mindset to imbibe digital methodologies that will improve tourism in many regions as we speak. Now, innovators are actually the fastest tourists. So because this is so, they had actually become very provoked, particularly in Africa, that they now begin to transform innovative ideas into ensuring that critical factors of smart tourism growth in Africa can be better maintained as positive, because you could also have this to be negative. Some of these factors include culture, peace, security, infrastructure, visas, like I mentioned, and a whole lot of other gamut of opportunities. We can now actually see that tourism as digital enterprise and hubs across economies, it actually conforms with all the expectations of SDGs number 1 to SDG number 17. This is totally taken care of. And tourism is linked with every sector of the economy. Tourism industry keeps tight correlation with the economic growth of the global economy, and as many factors impact positively or negatively the tourism industry. Smart Tourism Africa is equally impacted. Now, there is a peculiarity when we want to look at tourism in Africa. In Africa, just like in perhaps some other climes, we realize that certain enterprises upon which tourism actually also operate from, we realize that there are certain levels of enterprises, whether in banking, whether in every other part, just like as it is in tourism, things at a point play at what we call the level of brick and mortar. Most of the operators at this level hardly find themselves on the internet. So we try to see how more of these people are educated and moved so that they can move levels up the ladder, so that they can actually encourage them to get to imbibe online presence, where they can actually kind of do at least some basic advertising of their services and the products. Later, try to grow them, that they can actually have e-commerce sites where they can actually not only advertise, they can have products being purchased. And of course, advance them into more advanced portals, of course, into perhaps much more sophisticated. What you find at the level of sophisticated portals in Africa would always be at the categories of multinationals who have found themselves, in very attractive protection, a protective climate within the continent, because they are able to attain that caliber of growth. So we're actually taking this education backwards so that we can bring almost every player at the brick and mortar level, let them even have internet presence. And of course, at the first point that they're advertising, let them even begin to sell one product or the other, let them even begin to sell multiple, and later deliver services on the internet, and later begin to offer the attraction, because tourists want good service. If you are not there to offer good competitive service, then you're actually not in business. Africa has to move levels and advance its digital levels up this ladder of evolution of digital enterprise. These things may not happen overnight, but can be planned for can be planned for success by good leadership. And some of this is actually can be some complicated set of architecture, but then we have launched something in Nigeria where we actually have imbibed the United Nations ICT for Seeds space architecture that is meant to encourage leaders, anybody in public sector or public service, to use some of this innovation that is able to make them to do things that make them to use the certain computer-aided planning products or solutions, so that they can actually improve the services that they churn to the society. If these guys are not even doing the right things, we realize that the services, even in ordinary renderings, government services to its citizens, are so poor or not even available at all. But then this kind of services, youth in Africa are beginning to learn, because now open, the pilot in Africa in Nigeria has already started, and this will be scaled across other African countries. And we actually would encourage that the tourism sector should take advantage of this, because all public services that you actually relating with customers that have CRMs, that have customer and citizens involved, have to go through all this gamut of technological maneuvering that makes work much more competitive and fast and knowledgeable. So, and I think all these are the kind of attention that we think to give the attention to the tourism industry in Nigeria. And so that by the time you have the units of the countries in Nigeria, in Africa, offer this kind of attention to their environment, enhanced innovation by Africans will sustain necessary economic development for smart tourism in Africa. And of course, the global picture of tourism can better identify some of us in Africa, in Nigeria, to join the smart global village, because we are doing the right things, and our e-services, which are now global smart hubs, will include tourism, aside healthcare, education, disaster recovery management, and some other areas of service of listening to the masses. So I think that's about my very small intro I need to put at this point. And I shared a link here that you can go to study some products that are innovative products that have been released in the world. As of 2019, there were tourism products released from about 5 countries that won at the World Summit Awards last year. This link can take anyone to that set of products on tourism. Thank you so much for now.
Wow. This was so absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Amos. I am absolutely impressed. And within the time you were able to give us concise and very value-driven information that is actually planned, that could be used for plans and evaluated and actually doable. This is really amazing. And I hope you can share that document with us. A lot of us would like to go through the details in working with that. Thank you so much. I'm absolutely grateful for sharing that.
You have the document already.
Yeah. Emmanuel, if you send the document, we can also put it on our archive, so people can just simply click on it.
I have it. She has it. I've sent it to her already. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So we move immediately to Yasir to take on his presentation. And then afterwards, we can, if we don't get Marie to join us, we can go on to the panel discussion. So Yasir, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Clara. And I'd like to say hi to everyone, and thank you for the WCN network for having us tonight. Thank you, Clara, for arranging this panel discussion. And I mean, the subject is so important that really requires us all to take a look into what kind of innovation we can bring into the tourism in Africa. I hope everyone is hearing me very well. So
yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. So I won't basically put up the presentation. I'll just share with you, I took a few notes, and then I'll just share with you some of my points on the subject about smart hotels. But just as an introduction, I mean, basically technology nowadays is a crucial part of the tourism and travel industry, helping businesses with the day-to-day operations, while also improving the customer experience. Now, for this reason, it is important for hotels, airlines, restaurants, and any other type of company within the industry to keep up with the latest technology trends in the travel and tourism. Now, this is especially vital during the era of COVID-19, with the customer expectations shifting. In this presentation, I will share with you some of the new trends within the tech and hotel industry. And I've selected 7 of the latest and newest technology trends, along with some answers and applications into the tourism sector. So first, I'd like to speak about the voice search, voice control. Now, we all know how smartphones, smart speakers, AI assistants have all helped to increase the relevance of voice search as far as technology trends in the travel industry are concerned. It is therefore crucial when designing your website to keep the voice search in mind so that you can capitalize on that. Within hotel rooms, for example, voice control devices can be used to control lighting and or heating within rooms, or obtain tourist information without having to speak with a member of staff. It is likely to continue to expand in other areas too. Second, robotics. So the robotic technology is one of the most exciting forms of travel and technology trends that is constantly improving. Within hotels, for example, robots have been used in concierge-like roles, helping to greet guests when they arrive, provide information. Some hotels have even expanded their use into involving them in cleaning or luggage handling. Third, virtual reality. So virtual reality has been an emerging technology in a number of different sectors, but its role within the tourism industry is especially significant. Using VR, customers can experience everything from virtual hotel tours to landmark, national parks, or even specific activities. The interactivity and immersion of this experience can also provide you with a competitive advantage over rivals who are not using this technology yet. Then number 4 would be the AI chatbots. Now, AI-powered chatbots can be one of the single most sensible travel industry investments you can make, because these chatbots can, they're basically able to provide customers with swift answers to questions on a 24/7 basis, regardless of staff availability or basically time zones. This can be essential, especially in these days, to live up to the current expectations from customers. Now, typically, these chatbots are at their best when answering questions, questions with common answers, which have standard answers that are already being provided. Yet, advances in the technology means modern chatbots continually improve as they have more and more interactions. Number 5 is the Internet of Things. Now, one of the most exciting emerging travel technology trends is the Internet of Things, which involves internet-based interconnectivity between everyday devices, allowing both to send and receive data. So, for instance, Internet of Things technology can be used in hotel rooms to provide customers with a device that connects to everything from the light to the heaters, air conditioning, curtains, allowing everything to be connected and controlled from one single place. Number 6 is the recognition technology. Now, the recognition technology is especially interesting within this list of key trends due to its potential for removing friction from purchases and making interactions seamless. The technology itself includes fingerprints, retina scanning, facial recognition, and other biometric identifiers. So such technology is already being used in some hotels to allow access to rooms via fingerprints or to allow semi-contactless checkouts. Last but not least is big data. Now, in modern tourism management, big data is a fact of life. Now, almost all successful companies, they are employing big data into a day-to-day business. But one of the biggest uses for this technology is to analyze current business performance. In particular, hotel owners can use big data for revenue management processes using historic occupancy and comparing with past trends to better anticipate the levels of demand. And then when demand is anticipated, pricing and promotional strategies can be better optimized. So to summarize, it is essential for companies to operate, which are operating into the travel industry sector, to keep up with the latest travel and technology trends. Understanding and adopting these trends that we spoke about, which are just a small group of the emerging trends and which have even become more popular, especially in the era of COVID-19 where we live in. So understanding these trends will just allow you to give a better experience for customers and also help you to optimize the revenue management and overall business performance.
Absolutely great. Thank you very much. It's always a delight to listen to you, to give us updates, in the technology that is becoming mainstream now that it's become a necessity, in the era we've shifted into. It's really, really something that is, to us, a bit far-fetched, but sometimes circumstances drive us to scenarios we never, ever. So we are reimagining what life will be like for the average tourist post-COVID-19. And the truth absolutely is that they would have to get used to these technologies because social distancing, contactless, hotels will become the norm. And the sooner we get used to this, the better for us. And that's why we're doing this series of enlightenment so that the hotel owners, the tourists, and everyone will say.
Absolutely.
I think we lost your sound, Clara.
Some of the points, salient points from both papers that have been presented, both by Mr. Amos and Mr. Yassir. One or two questions from those who have joined us. So you can actually go to the chat and type in your question, one or two, and we can treat that whilst we're discussing in this panel session. So Mr. Amos, I'll go first with you. I have a question. Is Mr. Amos ready?
Very well, very well.
Okay, great. Now, when we talk about smart cities, we already have some countries implementing what will make their city more competitive, because apparently most of these things are economy based. So the more competitive you are in terms of drawing tourists into your country, you're competing against nations who haven't actually taken advantage of some of these tools. Can you just give us a brief overview of where you think Africa is in terms of pursuing this agenda in creating smart cities?
I think first and foremost, Africa still has a whole lot of work to do. And that is why I had to take it from the point of we having to go back to what the lead countries who had advanced, particularly the countries within the G20s, let me say 10 years ago, the G20s as at 10 years ago actually had certain sets of things that worked for them. So Africa won't leap into a digital economy if it misses those tracks. United Nations Global Alliance for ICT Development 10 years ago actually put up together the fact around the space initiative, and that was the strategic planning, architectures and control education, which are sets of computer-based strategic planning tool sets that was supposed to help developing countries and small islands, at least to grow from where they are, to at least be able to compare and compete with those G20s, for instance. Like I said, you don't jump this overnight, and it won't happen that we're going to purchase a digital economy. It will take the processes of what we are doing now, what we culturally are used to. And that is why UN ICT for Seeds for about 10 years have been evolving the design that is suitable for Africa, because I'm on the working group for some period. So for us to say that we are actually looking at how we can go back to the drawing boards, perhaps remodernize our culture or remodernize our processes and move ourselves from the brick and mortar stage. Like my dear brother Yassir spoke a lot about all these emerging technologies. For us, we are trying to see how we move this out of the classrooms, move away from the classrooms. Let's get to the rural, to the shanties. Let's get to the ghettos and change our ghettos to the ideal future communities. So it will take us to offer some of this enterprise thinking, strategic planning, to rebuild all these processes and make sure all these things are in place. We cannot offer services for tourism that can be competitive with people that are already leaders if we are not doing the same thing. So in the course of doing all this, we are actually developing our smart digital cities, because our services would have been made even possible in our rural areas. People in our remote areas are now using digital tools to offer services that are bettering and improving and increasing their prosperity. That is first required before a tourist will be required in their environment. So like, while Africans were doing this before now, they're actually not getting the kind of economic value that they desire. And that is why the idea of really rejigging the ecosystem to make it more digital, have the smart impact on all of what they do, will give them the values that they desire going forward. That's what we're saying. It's needful for us to consider smart city content in what can take Africa to where we can be more competitive as we are, as a people.
Okay, all right, sounds great. We'll keep thinking everything lies with government or the buck stops at the government. I don't think so. It also means that as individuals, as communities, we need to actually begin to think about bringing the solutions to the table. It's our life. And if we keep waiting for the governments, we'll probably miss out on everything that would be beneficial to running a society.
Most efforts of government will require that they take a tour. They're always taking trips and tour. In fact, they are touring to visit places where they have done what we are talking about now. Why don't you actually sow what you need to do and produce what you need to get? The production capacity for a smart city lies with Africans and the practical abilities of Africans to deliver a smart city.
Than the government itself.
Oh, no. It's a major distraction, the way I look at it, actually.
So it's okay, Yassir, I'm going to take this question to you. There was an example we gave at a forum we were discussing about, smart hotels and what some electronic giants have already come up with. There was a case study of what one of the big electronic companies has done with integrations with hotel. you know, for a tourist taking off from the airport, getting out, staying the days they would stay, and then getting back to their country. Everything has been programmed by artificial intelligence. But the assumption is that these technologies are very expensive to acquire, which is making it seem like a far off, you know, so to say, a far off ideal that many people figure, or it's beyond our reach. What do you think we can do to bring down to mainstream, make people believe that as little as you can spend to acquire technology, it could go a long way to enhancing your processes, your systems, and making you equally more profitable?
Yes, I actually quite agree with you. When we usually speak about this kind of new technologies, and probably especially in a place like Africa, we would think that such technologies would only be affordable to northern countries, or probably it's such an expensive technology that can also be only be affordable by big gigantic companies. The truth is it's not. So especially nowadays, where technology is so common, and there are, I mean, the market is open for so many companies which are also developing different types of technology. It's really affordable to all. Just to give a few examples. We spoke about the chatbots, for instance. These, I mean, this small, I mean, we could consider it really as a small technology or a tool. However, it can save you thousands of man hours or let's say employee hours. A chatbot is a tool that you can have on your website that you can program with your most frequently asked questions. Questions that usually would take time from an employee who would pick up the phone just to answer the same thing, whether there are questions about, let's say, timings of restaurants, to what kind of COVID-19 precautions the hotel is taking, or any other type of regular questions that you get all the time. So all these questions will be programmed together with the answer in a chatbot tool, and the person or the customer would log into the website, ask the question, and get an immediate answer without any human interference. This is such a regular technology right now that you can acquire with a few dozens of dollars, let's say, on a monthly or quarterly basis. Other technologies that have been implemented as well is like the Internet of Things into the hotel rooms. Now, perhaps this might be expensive, let's say, for an independent hotel, but with chain hotels that can acquire certain technology and then share the costs amongst multiple hotels, then it becomes, again, much more affordable. The thing is, nowadays, with the open market, especially in technology and technology-related travel industry tools, it's any type of hotel or travel industry company is able to acquire this type of tools. And just to give another example, we spoke about virtual tools. This has been now so common that, as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, I attended an international roadshow, which usually only happens in person, like some of the big international tourism roadshows, like ITB in Berlin or WTM in London, and so on. So I attended a virtual one where you were literally able to select a character, to dress them up, to choose all the physical features, and then you are walking around in an environment where you meet other people you can interact with, whether it's by chat or a voice call, and it was just so seamless. But actually, this technology is not new. I remember probably more than 10 years ago, it started in a video game. It was a game called Half-Life or Second Life, if I remember well, where you were able to do the same thing. You could literally like have a space in a virtual world, acquire real estate, go and do shopping. So what we are doing is merely adapting some of the technologies that are already there into different purposes. So again, we should just remove this idea of affordability or that it's only available for certain level of companies. We should just look out there. Everything is available, everything is within reach. And now, even for people, there are technology, like nowadays, most technology companies, they work on a different model. You don't need to purchase the technology and license it. You could only actually pay for the use or borrow it. So instead of paying thousands or maybe tens of thousands to acquire certain technology, you could just pay a small regular fee, sometimes on monthly basis or yearly basis, for the use of this technology.
For some of this. All
Exactly.
right. Thank you so much. Because we just barely have 3 minutes to round up. I'm actually committed to keeping the time. And we just have one contribution from the chat, and it's from Robert Lanker. And he says, smart tourism is not only to put technologies into hotels, it is a private-public partnership at a local level, city level, with 3 objectives: connectivity, sustainability, and inclusiveness. Locations must be interested in smart tourism. If not, as in some European cities, they will reject tourism. For me, the main issue for the future is to train and educate future managers, the kind of program I give in France, Spain, and Algeria. And I guess it's also in alignment with what we're about to do with iSmart Africa as a platform where people will begin to understand the needs of Africa as a continent, so that the appropriate technologies would actually be presented to them. And the whole idea is, like we said, if we can have a mind shift and understand that the government will not do everything. Individuals have solutions, and we don't have to wait for the government. When it comes to policies, they can always catch up, but we can provide the solutions while they are still working at the policies. It's really been an exciting evening, and the opportunity given to us by WTN to further these discussions. I really, truly appreciate the time. Mr. Amos Emmanuel, Mr. Yasser Demnati, thank you for your time. And for those who also took out time to be with us, thank you for your time, and we hope you were able to glean a bit of information from all that we have shared this evening. Once again, thank you, everyone. Hand over now to you, Jen.
Yes, thank you, Clara. Appreciate it. And it's completely okay to go over time. I don't think we had any event where we really stick with the time, and I appreciate this is such a nice effort, and it's such an important subject. Smart cities starts with smart homes, and I mean, I have a Google Assistant, so I can just say, Google, hey Google, what time is it?
That's right.
Absolutely.
Doesn't want to answer to me now. Let me try it again. Hey Google, what time is it? It's on Google. Oh, here it is.
Always ask me to play your favorite live radio station too. Just say play NPR, for example.
See, it talks back to you.
Amazing.
You can even have a conversation. You can cuss it, and it never gets upset. You know, that's the nice thing about
it. But you even need to have the network. You need to even have the network to achieve that.
Exactly. It's all coming from the internet, and it's absolutely amazing. And I know many years ago, my mother received a phone call, and she was telling me she talked to this nice young gentleman, and she had such a nice conversation. And then a day later, she gets a survey call and said how she liked talking to a computer. You know, so sometimes you wouldn't even know you're talking to a computer. But
I give you an example. You know, the most exciting part sometimes when you get into a hotel from the airport and you get down, you know, at the foyer and you walk into your hotel room, and probably it's one of the hotels that have embraced technologies, and you can see all this reflected in the design. You get into the toilet, it could be a contactless toilet, and you're there for where to actually flush the toilet. You just needed to wave your hands and the toilet flushes by itself. You know, and these are the excitements that those who understand the needs of the advanced tourists who wants their comfort at every level. Okay, years back, if you needed a taxi, you had to get down to your hotel foyer and stand on the road and get your taxi. But now from your room, you can, through the app, just get a taxi. Once it's there, it tells you it's there waiting for you at the foyer, and you walk down and get to where you go to. And with your maps right there on your apps, you can navigate the city without having to look for someone. And so the argument is that somehow technology might affect jobs in the future. What are your thoughts on this, actually, Amos? Looking at the aspect of it taking away jobs, because we already have the apps on our doing the job for us.
Frankly, before now, as an IT person, I once believed that time would not come, that man would be afraid of machine. But then, in reality, it has dawned on everybody right now to see that the changes of information communication technologies around the world are a necessity. So it's not about, it's not of choice any longer. So if perhaps you are in a manufacturing business and you realize you now have some set of innovation that may replace about 50-man line production and reduce them to just 2, at the beginning of the production line and 1 person at the other end of the production line, thereby 48 people have been pulled off the production business or production line. You realize that as a business owner, you actually will respect your bank interaction because your bottom line will be talking better to you. Your products will get to the targeted places without human intervention. So many things are now come to the reality that the business owner's interests now matter. Is not about the labor that you attach there. But you see, for governments, because they're looking at politics, and man is now being placed on wrong jobs. That's why today, I try to disassociate the word job, J-O-B, from the word service. They are 2 separate things. Politicians will be quick to use the word job because they put you in a place for 30 days and pay you what they call a salary, and the reward system is not equivalent to the production. Whereas service means there is something you are bringing to the table and you are being rewarded for the value of what you have produced.
Solving a problem.
So the day we throw away the word job and begin to measure by the word service, we will be better off, whether as a public service or private. So the reality of ICT is not for us to compromise this at all. Don't put 100 men to go fight a war when a few machines can deliver your victory. I think I just put it there.
All right. That's, I go to yours here, and I have to take it from the point of view of our continent as Africa. There are some countries already in Africa that are moving ahead with the blueprints we're talking about. In Rwanda, for instance, I'm very sure that the president is very pro-technology, and he's already some hubs in Rwanda, and a lot of the events going on there are actually looking at this aspect of turning Africa into a smart continent by homegrown technologies. And what I see is that most of the hackathons being sponsored are from mostly European countries or the EU, trying to help solve the in Africa, because it have these challenges that the opportunities actually lie. Now, yes, yeah, talking about, you know, the gradient of progress being made, we have the Northern Africa countries, the Southern African countries, and the Sub-Saharan African countries. Will there be a time when we can actually sit together as the African Union and look at an integrated technology plan that could actually fast track to enhance and make the continent competitive in terms of tourism?
In terms of competitiveness, I believe that already in Africa we do have the resources. We have the human resources, we have the creativity, intelligence, the entrepreneurship. Most of the time, what's needed is just the support and guidance, or let's say platforms where youth could actually they just need opportunity to bring what creativity and
yeah, to bring their solutions to the table.
Absolutely. So with this kind of programs, yes, I definitely believe that we will get there, and especially nowadays that we live in a global village. Basically, it's an open market. Like nowadays, everything is open source. You have access to all kind of technologies. It takes much lesser time than it took before, let's say, to uncover a new tool. If tomorrow a new technology comes in Northern Europe or in Americas, it will only take few weeks before another startup comes in with a better version by already discovering how the previous one works and then developing a new version. Because nowadays everything is open out there and everything is accessible. So I just believe with the right platform, with the right guidance and resources, yes, we can definitely compete.
All right.
Yes, it's an extremely interesting discussion for me. I also wanted to read a message I received on Facebook. Cuthbert Nikube, he's the chairman of the African Tourism Board. He's watching us on Facebook. Hello, Cuthbert. Let me read your message. Just thank you, Jürgen, for sharing. Smart tourism is the way to go for Africa, and it needs to move up the ladder. I totally agree. So thanks for that comment. And you know, I hope also with WTN and our affiliation with the African Tourism Board, we literally Siamese twins. We can work together in bringing this forward for Africa and also for other parts in the world. I would welcome anyone who wants to get involved. I think it's a good business decision to think about. We talked about fashion, but also talked about a discussion group within WTN on smart cities. I think it could really be beneficial. I actually, if you don't mind, I don't know if she is willing to, or has a microphone, but I see Professor Dr. Snežana, and I'm pronounced this probably wrong. We just announced she's the head of our educational forum. She's joining us from Serbia. I don't know, Professor Sena, if you just want to say, have a comment on this, how this would go aside with education and so forth.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Doctor.
From Serbia. It was very nice panel. Really, I enjoyed very much. As you know, education is the most important thing for every aspect of tourism, because we have to educate people from the bottom to the top. And especially for smart tourism, there is a lot of opportunities for education, on the different levels, and for different people. So I am very pleased if you can join us for education, so we can make a program for the special groups, and after that we can do it through our network. So I'm really enjoying.
Absolutely.
Do you agree?
I absolutely agree with you because education is the key factor that can unlock all that we've been discussing.
Yes, it is very, very important. And this, as we have this problem all around the world on a global level, we can use this period of time to do good education for the future, because this is a gap where a tourism sector is not working in a full, and then we can use it as a moment of truth to see where do we need education, which kind of education, to make special courses, special schools, and such a things. Because world is ours. There are 120 countries, including in our network, which is the most important. And Jürgen, thank you very much for this idea and for this opportunity. And I think that education is the most important for development of tourism in future.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. I appreciate also you joining us. We had a very good discussion actually on the Balkan tourism where you participated. It's an archive. If you haven't seen it, just watch it. It's really an interesting discussion. I learned a lot on this as well. And last night we touched the subject we're touching here also with our group we had from Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia, of course, is going through an enormous conversion when it comes to travel and tourism. And we have His Royal Highness, and I'm so sorry, don't ask me to pronounce his name, joining our, leading our local chapter in Saudi Arabia. And there seems to be so many opportunities in that part of the world. And Yasser, you're in Dubai, right? You probably know that. We also had a gentleman actually from Dubai on the forum who wanted to start a chapter in Dubai. So hopefully we can connect on that level as well.
Absolutely.
But if I don't know if there are any more questions, please raise your hand now. We can give you the floor. And there's Robert.
I think Marie can just give us a few words before we sign off. She joined us, but I just believe we would have to schedule another presentation for her sometime in the future. Marie, are you willing to just say a few words before we sign off?
Well, we have one question here. Can we use that? Should we use that first or after Marie?
Okay, after Marie.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Marie.
Hi, everyone. I'm really sorry about this. I had written 10 p.m. CET for this conference. And here we are, you know, the time zones and so forth. Well,
it's always a challenge.
Sometimes has to be the first. And unfortunately, it was today. Very sorry about that, everyone. This is such an interesting subject, no? Because it's really like, how do we reinvent ourselves? Not only like travel, but how we reinvent ourselves in this challenge that we are in, you know, facing, no? And I'm just looking at the trends that McKinsey had described pre-COVID, no, for the industry. I looked at them, and I'm looking at what are the trends from now on ahead, and it's very similar. It's really curious to see. It is about disruptive tech. It is about sustainability and, you know, and the considerations for the environment. It is about the moving into the mobile atmosphere. It is about engaging in well-being and so forth. What is happening is we're escalating all these themes, no? And it goes so well hand in hand with the smart tourism. It goes so well hand in hand with the generations, you know, that are coming of, you know, of the tourists, in terms of the millennial group, in terms of the Gen Z, you know, what they are expecting and requiring from the services as well is kind of its personalization part of the picture. It is, you know, it has been able to work, study wherever you are. It has been able to kind of travel for good in a way, no? and being able to support the communities where you are at the moment, where you are staying at the moment, and so forth. And the beauty with that is like, there's so many amazing opportunities when it comes to Africa as a continent to support that. You know, that where we're heading, the trends, and what people really want from the travel now and also in the future, so to say, no? So I keeping it really short, but that is really what I wanted to bring in, you know, but also the importance of understanding users from the user perspective, really tapping into what are the needs, you know, really doing our research well, and really being able to, as soon as, you know, looking from the whole journey, you know, from the pre-trip, the research, going through to the actually the experience is taking place, to the after trip experience, no? And also being able to tap into that after trip experience, all the feedback being shared and so forth, with experience, to iterate and improve these experiences.
Thank you very much, Marie. Let's give the last comment or question to Robert Lanquan. I think you're joining us from France, or I know you've been on the show a number of times. Thank you so much. Please unmute yourself. You're still muted.
Yes, thank you very much. No, I am not speaking from France. I am French, but, you know, I am speaking from Cordoba, Spain, where I am living, you know, and I work exactly on this field of smart tourism. I develop a lot of program, and there is some even article and chapter of books in EG, published in Philadelphia, and I am very pleased to listen to you. I try to develop this kind of program in Algeria, Morocco, because, for example, at the end of this month, I will go to Tangier and to Fez to speak about that. And I believe that the real problem for me is the education problem. We have to go beyond the technology to put in hotel, etc. We have to go even beyond for revenue management and yield management. I'm teaching yield management, and I even have a small business with my son on revenue and online service, management service for hotel, hostel, etc., etc. But really, and I am very pleased that to listen to what was saying Clara. In Africa, the future is the use of this online digitalization to allow to a lot of people at a reduced cost to promote and develop tourism. And as I say in the paper, the smart tourism has 3 pillars, you know, sustainability, very important, connectivity, and inclusiveness. If you don't if you forget to work with a local population, you will have trouble, as we saw in some European countries, in some European cities. And thank you very much for all. I can even send you some document in French and English and Spanish on smart tourism I was doing, and you know, Clara, I will send you that soon. Give me your.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, feel free to send us. You can just put it and add it to the form. And if we do decide, depending on any of you, to start a smart city interest group on WTN, we can collect all these items in there as well. And before I give Clara the last word, I just wanted to thank everyone who's watching us right now, everyone who will be watching us. And I wanted to remind everyone to go to our website, WTN.travel, click on the launch events on the blue banner or on upcoming events, and you can register for many more sessions coming up between now and the end of the month. And if you're not a member yet of the World Tourism Network, please become a member. We have both free and paid options. Of course, we prefer the paid options, but either way, you go to WTN.travel and click on register or become a member, and we would welcome you with open arms. And with this said, and aloha from Hawaii to everyone. Clara, you have the last word.
Great service, luxury rooms and stylish decor all feature in the best of hotels. However, no matter how plush your pillows are or great the bellboy is, it can still feel like there's a little something missing. We live in the age of technology, so in an effort to keep up with the times and stay relevant, hotels are starting to get more high-tech than ever before. We're talking check-in robots, smart mirrors, and VR games rooms. These are 10 of the most high-tech and futuristic hotels from around the world. The Strange Hotel, Japan. The Henna Hotel, or Strange Hotel as most people call it, is quite possibly the weirdest and most futuristic hotel in the world. On the face of it, the building is very normal. In fact, everything about the hotel is normal until you get acquainted with the staff. The reason why the Strange Hotel received its rather fitting name is because of its 140-strong robotic workforce. From check-in to check-out, robots look after your every need throughout your stay. There are wheeled robots, ultra-lifelike humanoids, and even a couple of dinosaur receptionists to greet you on your way in. Robots do pretty much everything at the Henna Hotel: housekeeping, room service, waitering, you name it. Alongside the robots are a number of other high-tech features, including facial recognition room entry, sensor-triggered lights, and AI smart assistants in every room. In addition to the kitchen team, there are a few other living and breathing staff at the hotel, but they're only really there in case of emergencies and mostly go unnoticed. Pengheng Space Capsules Hotel, China. Capsule hotels are nothing new and are becoming ever more popular as our most visited cities become more overcrowded. However, this one is a little different. The Pengheng Space Capsules Hotel made the news all around the world when it first opened, and I can assure you that it was not because of their comfy mattresses. Featuring a spaceship-like theme throughout, robotic staff, and a number of tech amenities, this ultra-futuristic capsule hotel lives up to the hype and its name. All of the brightly LED-lit capsules feature flat screens, tablets, and a mission control station where you can control the lighting, temperature, and the automatic sliding doors. The very well-trained robotic staff look after all of your needs, from serving drinks to booking tours in the city. While this capsule hotel might not offer the biggest rooms and comfortable environment, it is incredibly cheap at less than $20 a night. It really does give you a glimpse into the future. Just remember to pack your blue light blocking glasses. Eccleston Square Hotel, London. The Eccleston Square Hotel is widely considered one of the most technologically advanced luxury boutique hotels in the world. Each room features a digital concierge iPad, the latest 4K 3D televisions, smart glass frosted bathroom walls, touch-controlled glass keypads, handmade massage beds, and a complimentary smartphone with unlimited data that guests are free to use throughout their stay. The Eccleston Square Hotel's amenities blend in perfectly with the classic British decor, making for a seamlessly perfect technology-filled experience. Latest additions to the hotel include a fully integrated AI system, Google Assistants in every room, and the offer of a smart cloud service that remembers guests' personal stay preferences. The high-tech refurb cost around £13.5 million in 2011 and secured the hotel the In-Room Technology Innovation Award at the European Hospitality Awards just 6 months later. Blow Up Hall 50/50, Poland. Blow Up Hall 50/50 is one part hotel, one part art gallery, which makes for an incredibly exciting experience. The repurposed brewery contains 22 guest rooms and huge event spaces that can cater for up to 700 people. Throughout the hotel are a number of digital art installations from world-renowned artists, as well as many unique features that make the hotel so special. Blow Up Hall famously features no reception area or room numbers, forcing guests to find their own way using a supplied iPhone, which only unlocks their booked room. The iPhone also works as a way to communicate with the staff, book tables in the restaurant, and also schedule the obligatory afternoon spa session. The design of Blow Up Hall 50/50 is a fantastic mix of industrial and ultra-futuristic. Think exposed brick matched with metallic geometric fixtures, huge metal-framed windows with wall-mounted LCD screens. The rooms are very clean-cut, modern and monochrome, showcasing bed-mounted swivel TVs, marble baths big enough for two, and full soundproofing, which might, but probably won't, come in handy. The Hotel Silcon, Puerto America, Spain. The Hotel Silcon, Puerto America is what happens when you give 19 designers complete creative freedom over 315 unique bedrooms. While this stay might not be laden with technology and gadgetry, it more than makes up for it in design and futuristic ambience. Each of the 12 floors follows a distinct theme and character. From the sci-fi-esque first floor that features a black and white cave-like design, complete with wraparound LED lighting and rooms that seem to mold together in natural forms, to the opulent 12th floor that features sliding walls allowing guests to arrange their own space. If you want a bigger bathroom or a more spacious living room, you can. The 12th floor rooms also benefit from 360-degree projected wall art that can follow two distinct themes, dark or light. Although luxury, it's not the amenities of the Hotel Silk in Puerto America that makes it futuristic, but is instead the unique approach to hotel design and the stunning spaces that have been created. Yotel New York. A stay in New York City usually means a tiny, dated room that costs more than a year's supply of corn dogs. However, this is not the case at Yotel NYC. Yotel offers 669 capsule-like cabin rooms that ooze simplicity and functionality through the use of modern technology. Guests are greeted by a touchscreen reception that spits out their room key upon payment, a factory-arm robot named Yobot looks after the automated luggage storage, and there is, of course, unlimited usage of the super-fast Wi-Fi. The stylish rooms feature adjustable mood lighting, smart TVs, and electronic Murphy beds that sandwich up by day and fold out by night. The Yotel Hotel is a simple stay that uses touches of technology to make the most seamless and carefree experience. Kameha Grand, Switzerland. Have you ever dreamt about sleeping in space? Of course you have. Well, for those of us who don't happen to be trained astronauts, the Kameha Grand Space Suite is as close as it gets. Sitting on the 5th floor of this stunning hotel is one of the most otherworldly hotel rooms on planet Earth. Named the Space Suite, guests are welcomed into their room by a female-voiced computer host who confirms your spaceship login and talks you through the room's amenities. The floor and ceiling are covered in images of space taken by the Hubble telescope. There are also a number of other space-themed decor items, including an astronaut glove phone holder, rocket engine spotlights, and a floating bed that looks like it's defying gravity. The Space Suite is incredibly futuristic, and every item in there follows the theme of intergalactic travel. The designer even chose to remove any windows to heighten the space shuttle experience. Hotel Zeta, San Francisco. Zeta in San Francisco has always been a tech-centric hotel. However, their latest update has truly kicked things up a notch. By installing Amazon Alexa voice assistants in every room, travelers now have an entirely new, intuitive way to engage with the hotel directly. Whether it's to order a toothbrush from reception, set up a wake-up alarm, or book a table at the in-house Cavalier restaurant, guests can do so through simple voice command without even having to lift a finger. Other new tech amenities include a VR booth located in the hotel lobby featuring a range of the latest games. Oculus Go VR headsets and Nintendo Switch consoles are also available for use. The famous Zeta Playroom has received a retro makeover featuring new pinball machines, Atari Pong, and a full-sized shuffleboard. The Sinclair, Fort Worth, Texas. The Sinclair Hotel was built over 90 years ago, but despite its old bones, it's still one of the most up-to-date hotels in the world. Considered to be the world's first all-digital hotel, the Sinclair has fully adopted the Internet of Things, featuring countless smart devices and amenities that communicate with each other to create a perfectly effortless guest experience. Notable features include smart mirrors that guests can use to read trending news, listen to music, get weather updates, and contact hotel services. Razor-sharp 8K wallpaper smart televisions and presence-sensing ambience controls that automatically adjust the lighting and room temperature. The Sinclair is also the first building in the world to replace its diesel generators and backup power sources with a lithium-ion battery pack, the LG ESS. Hilton V Hotel, Dubai. Hilton hotels can be found all around the world, from Bali to Fort Lauderdale. However, their most futuristic hotel by far is found in the jet-setter's paradise of Dubai. Simply named V, this Al Habtoor City Hotel is probably the coolest and most futuristic stay in the desert. The design is bold, colourful and unique, creating stunning spaces throughout, from the hotel lobby to the fashionista deluxe rooms. The V Hotel features the most visually striking sleeping spots in the world. We're talking circular beds big enough for 10, LED mood lighting, and in-room freestanding bathtubs that look over the city skyline. There's also a long list of modern amenities that will make you never want to leave, including an ultra-high-tech gym, nightclub and spa. In addition to the already opulent rooms are a number of executive suites that have all been individually designed. They're big, spacious, and flashy enough to make a New York penthouse look boring.
Thank you very much again. It's really been exciting. I'd like to thank everyone. And we're working on a project. It's called iSmart Africa. And the whole idea is to digitize the hospitality sector in Africa. And it's a matchmaking platform where we connect technology companies that have the solutions to the hospitality sector businesses that need these solutions in Africa so that our tourism sector can become competitive. Once again, thank you, everyone. We count on your support as we go on this journey. And thank you, WTN, for giving us the opportunity. Good night from Lagos.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and I'm reaching you from Honolulu, Hawaii this morning. I'm with livestream.travel and eTurboNews, and this month we are celebrating the launch of the World Tourism Network. World Tourism Network is an organization that caters mostly to the medium and small sized businesses all over the world. We had our major two launch events you find on the same platform, and we had anything from ministers of tourism to tour guides and everyone else joining in the party, and so we welcome you now. This is a special session about Bangladesh tourism. It's presented to you by Syed Gulam Khatir, and I may pronounce your name very wrong, and I apologize. But Syed is joining us in the middle of the night. I think it's midnight in Dhaka in Bangladesh.
Dhaka, yes.
And welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening.
Salam.
And namaste. Because Bangladesh is a country of harmony, and we believe in all religion, and we respect all religion. So I address in a way the national demand is like that. Even in our radio, television, it is always not only the from the Holy Quran, it is from the Bible, from the Gita, from Tripitak. It's all the religions gets the equal advantage in Bangladesh. So let me try to do a presentation on Bangladesh. And
oh, okay. Let me give you a way to. It's okay. You should be able to share slides if you wanted to do that, or share your computer. Okay, we can see it. Thank you very much.
All right. So let me start with the slides. So this is we'll be discussing on the new state of tourism in Bangladesh. And next comes Bangladesh as an unexplored destination. We have destinations around us like India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, which is more well known, but Bangladesh is not so much explored as a destination by the tourists. So it's in a brief, it's a green country, large smiling population, because Bangladesh has the most densely populated country in the world, with a large population, of course, but people are very friendly, hospitable, and smiling. I think Benjamin has already is well known to that. And as I mentioned, we have the religious harmony and the cultural bondage as usual, because if you look into Bangladesh, you will see all the different festivities, all different cultures are mingling here together, and everybody enjoys and shares the facilities. But the market, let me give you a little bit on the market scenario. The market scenario is primarily for the domestic tourism. The focus is on domestic tourism more or less. So that is why after the pandemic, when it has started, the domestic market is taking a good size of it. The largest tourist movement, and the next comes the outbound, with the largest tourist movement is into India, approximately 2.2 million. Rest visitors go to South and Southeast Asia and rest of the world. So it is approximately, the exact figure is very difficult to mention, but it's approximately 3.2 million. We have as much we have known. And you know, the pandemic effect happened everywhere, every places of the world. So Bangladesh was not out of it, though the tourism market is not huge from the point of inbound, but still the outbound was also not there. So totally the business was shut down, and the financial loss overall is 2.5 billion US. This covers tourism, airlines, hotel industry, and the job loss is roughly 500,000. went out of job. In the meanwhile, the private sector has focused on this issue, and they had spoke first out that what should be done for the scenario, how to come out of it, and the SOP was made by the tourism board, which was helped by the PATA local chapter, and then the TUA, which is the local association of tour operators. And after the opening in the September, the domestic market started to rise. So the domestic market rise is they are traveling to mainly to Cox's Bazar, Sylhet, in the hills. Like we have the hill tracks, so those are the areas where the people have started traveling already. Even there are fear for COVID, but still people are traveling into those areas. Domestic airlines is doing quite good. They are in a surviving mode now, but the local tour operators, they are in a big crunch. There is no support from the government as such. Both inbound and outbound operators, they cannot do their business because inbound is very far, outbound also. Only a few destinations has opened up, like Egypt, Turkey, Dubai. These three are the main destinations which are allowing tourists, and Maldives, of course. So these are the places where people are traveling now, but not in a large scale, a small scale, and very limited international flights like Turkish Airways, Qatar, then Emirates. These are in operation into Bangladesh, and there is airlines air bubble between India and Bangladesh. What government is doing at this moment, that they are doing some local campaign of the awareness campaign to boost tourism understanding among the local people in different destinations of Bangladesh. They are in a plan also for the rebuilding, rebranding plan, which we don't know yet what is going to happen, but they are in a process to do a rebranding. We have to wait and see what comes up next. And there's a tourism master plan underway, which Benjamin is heading that, and we will be having some meetings very soon, I hope, Benjamin. New marketing plan. We need new marketing plan, and this is a private sector initiative already happened, and this is through PATA and through the local stakeholders. They are thinking of how tourism can come back to Bangladesh, and the demand is basically on what should be the attention after COVID. So we PATA did seminars, and then research is also on by the private sector. That is a local magazine called The Monitor, the Bangladesh Monitor. They did some research on the airlines and hotels, that what is the need, what the customers are thinking of this. What we had in the discussion point is that the develop cross-border tourism. If you see Bangladesh in the map, you will see that Bangladesh is surrounded by India. So everybody is now looking, not only that, from Bangladesh, it's 2.2 million people traveling to India, but if you see the Indian travelers coming to Bangladesh, it is very few in number, and not and negligible, I should say. Rather, there are much business travelers. I mean, those who are working in Bangladesh from India, there's a big number of people working in Bangladesh from India. So that is one of the try need, that how we can develop the inbound tourism by cross-border tourism, because India and Bangladesh have a lot of connectivity, not only flights, there are rail, there are by roads, there are many borders. It's at least 5-6 borders which can be easily accessed, which has access to Bangladesh. So the Bangladeshi travelers, that is one of the reasons that a lot of Bangladeshi travelers, they travel into India from different borders into different areas of India. So we also think that we need lot of attention in communication cooperation between the stakeholders and the international organizations, as well as the government has to take care of the promotion of Bangladesh through communication by media and social media. And accessibility to the region is also very, very important. That has to be addressed. The inbound tourism, as I have mentioned you, that Bangladesh is more focusing on the domestic tourism, and after the pandemic, this has again become the major role of the government, and everybody is now thinking that how they can develop more domestic tourism. The attention towards international arrivals is not really very much optimistic, I should say, but we think that we should have some realistic plan that how we can address the international arrivals. Maybe long haul is not possible at this moment, but definitely short haul markets could be targeted. In this situation, what we had faced is the local service provider like guides, they don't have any job at all, like local boatmen, those were serving tourists, and similar different small entrepreneurs, small people engaged in tourism, they are now in a very setback situation. Through the operators in Dhaka, they had tried to help them a bit as much they could, because they are also not in a surviving situation, so not much has been done. I think this needs to be addressed, and the restarting date of the destination, that means coming to Bangladesh, people are coming to Bangladesh, but still things are not in proper shape. Government is not very sure that when they are going to give us the date that when Bangladesh can start the arrivals again, the tourist arrival into Bangladesh. So this has to be decided, and as well as I have mentioned earlier also, that everybody is keen on looking into the regional tourism, because regional tourism could be a little bit more easier than the what is happening in the for the long haul market. We cannot wait for the long haul market. Long haul market will take time. Vaccine has come. That is a good news, but still it will take some time, I believe. I just highlight a bit of Bangladesh tourism products. Sundarbans, the mangrove forest, which is the largest mangrove forest in the world, and is the hideout for the Bengal tigers. So those who are keen on the forest, particularly Bengal tiger, it has many aspects, but Bengal tiger is main of it, and that is very, very interesting, and that is also a World Heritage Site. The next is come the heritages, but actually what I was mentioning before, that this is a destination where all the religions have come across and has ruled here. That is the Buddhists. So we have the single largest Buddhist monastery in the world, Paharpur, which is not only the single largest, it is the one of the very, very important Buddhist heritages in Bangladesh. So we had a lot of Buddhism at one point of time. So all around Bangladesh, even the new excavations happening, they find new Buddhist viharas. That means those which are under the ruins. And this cruciform of Buddhism, it started from Bangladesh itself in the 5th century. Then comes the Chittagong Hill Tracts, which is there are a good number of tribal peoples in Bangladesh. So majority of the tribes are in the hills, around 14 tribes over there. Cox's Bazar, which is much spoken of, is the longest beach. We say it's a unbroken longest beach in the world. And then the tea gardens in Sri Mongol, which is also very attractive, and a lot of foreign tourists visit the Sri Mongol area, which is not very far from Dhaka, as well as it is quite amazing for the tourists over there. And it also have mixed evergreen forest, and very interestingly, there is a 7-color tea, which most people now know about. That 7-color tea is available in Sri Mongol. And Bangladesh is the land of rivers. The 2 major rivers in the world passes through Bangladesh, that is the Brahmaputra and the Ganges. In Bangladesh, it is called Padma. And just yesterday, the last span of the Padma Bridge, which is 6.15 kilometer long. The last span has been set. So Bangladesh is getting a very good road connectivity, which will connect the northern part of Bangladesh and the southern part of Bangladesh, and the travel will become much easier. So riverine tourism is also a very attractive product for Bangladesh. So as I am mentioning every time, is that the regional tourism has to be the very important part at this moment, because the accessibility to India is very easy, because there are several borders. So from different part of India, people can access into Bangladesh. Extension to Nepal and Bhutan is also possible by road through India. And what we feel that this for the short haul market, we can also add Thailand, Nepal, Malaysia, Singapore, and China. China is a very big market, so that could also be a very attractive proposition for Bangladesh to promote into these areas. And there was an initiative by ADB, which was called SASEC Tourism Subcommittee, developing products with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Northeast India. That was their prime addressing into this, and some developments have been done, and some road connectivity with India and the rail connectivity has been developed through this scheme. And I believe that this sort of packages, which could be for the long haul market in the future, that they could enter into Bangladesh and they could drive through into India, into the in the northeast of the Indian part, and Nepal and Bhutan, and they could go back. Similarly, it could be addressing, they could come into India or Nepal, and they could travel like this. So because this the people coming from Europe and America, which they do usually take longer trips, which is like a month or more. So this is a very attractive product for them, and it is also because this area is a very nature-based area. This is for more adventurous people. So in the coming days, people would be more looking into this. That what I understand from the different topics discussions done in the past. So that could be one of the very interesting part. So thank you very much for patience hearing, and I believe that this would be a very primary understanding. And now I give you the option of showing you a video on Bangladesh, which was awarded also internationally. It's a tourism video, which is like a little bit over 3 minutes. Let me see if I can play it for you.
Happiness needs no reason. This is what you will feel when you come here. Things that you will do, people that you will meet, will keep on surprising you. Be with the sun.
Sorry, a little bit of disruption.
This needs no reason. This is what you will feel when you come here. Things that you will do, people that you will meet, will keep on surprising you. Be with the sun. Be with the mystic wind. যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। ও যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। Your mind is a traveler. Now let your heart be the tourist guide. Explore the land of surprises. You'll find warmth you've been looking for all your life. Here, everyone has a story to tell. So when you leave with stories that you can treasure, friends that will last a lifetime. যতই দেখি প্রাণ ধরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। ও যতই দেখি প্রাণ ধরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি। Welcome to beautiful Bangladesh, a land of stories.
Well, what a
Thank
nice
you very much.
Thank you so much. And if you have this video, just send it to us, and we'd be happy to add it to the archive, maybe in front of the video. So that would be good. So you can send it as a MP4 or YouTube link or something like this. But,
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Syed, for this interesting presentation. I have to say, I've been to Bangladesh a long time ago in the 80s. And when I flew to Bangladesh, there was drug air from Bhutan stopping over in Dhaka on the way to Bangkok. Do they still operate this flight? And
yeah, now they don't operate Dhaka Bangkok much. They operate now. They have some flights still. They have some flights, but it's not in operation now. We have to wait when they come back.
Right. And we'd want to open up for question for anyone who has a question. Just raise your hand, or we're just a small audience, so you can probably just jump in. There's Benjamin from Edinburgh.
Thank you, Syed. Bangladesh is a wonderful destination. I'm looking forward to coming back again soon. I was really interested in what you were saying about the regional market and the work that the SASEC had done in the past, because it seems to me that there is a massive opportunity to sort of really establish a travel bubble between India and Bangladesh. And in the future for international visitors, I think this would be a really vibrant area to explore. Can you say a bit more about what you see as the potential and what's the barrier to this developing?
Well, the barrier is that there should be more cooperation between the government as well as more between the, I should say, more between the private sectors. That means the operators from India, Nepal, Bhutan, they should be together. They should think more into the direction that how they could keep the traveler into this region. Like the Mekong region, they had worked out very hard in the Mekong region. So you are in the Mekong region, you travel 3-4 countries at a time. So similar attention could be created, and if we are generous to each other, then I think it will be more helpful for the region as a whole. It's not only Bangladesh; it's the benefit goes all to the Northeast India, which is also a very neglected place, and but it has very nice, attractive products which can be merged together along with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, all these places, and these can be traveled by road. It's not that you have to take flights all the way. So it's more easier for the travelers and more interesting. Bangladesh is providing on-arrival visa, and they can travel also by road into those places. But the more the engagement between the government and the private sector will actually build up the scenario of having a better share of the business in this region.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. I'm just wondering, of course, right now the elephant in the room is COVID everywhere, and you were talking about travel bubbles and opportunities there are, but what is the health situation? Is it really realistic to look at travel opportunities? I can tell you here in Hawaii, we're really trying to find ways of eliminating some of these opportunities and concentrating on others that we feel are maybe safer for the destination. When you said opening up the borders here and opening up the borders there, that's kind of a normalcy situation. But what's the reality right now?
No, the reality is that COVID is here. COVID is also in a rise at this current at this moment. But this is what I think is that we have to plan for the future. It's not that when the COVID goes away, and then we keep on waiting that let the COVID go away, then we will start thinking on what could be done. Rather, it is the time that when we are sleeping, we should dream that what we will be doing tomorrow. So I think it is time to dream, and we should start our dream to make it into the action.
Yeah, so what you were saying, these are actually plans you think that could be implemented to reopen the industry. But right now, at this moment, it's not something you would suggest to open up all the borders, or is Bangladesh ready to do that?
No, government is not yet ready for that. There was a discussion going on. At this moment, borders are open to the travelers who are doing business and medical people who needs medical health care for serious patients into India. So that much is open. For the tourists, it is not yet open. I believe it will take a little more time, and we have to wait for that.
And then you mentioned domestic and regional tourism, and that's in many destinations is a substitute. It's not going to be a replacement, but it's substitute for tourism income. How is this working in Bangladesh right now?
Well, domestic, as I mentioned you, domestic tourism is quite aggressive, I should say. People are traveling. People are traveling by road, not so much, but if by road, they are doing by their own transport, but they're taking small flights because Bangladesh is not a large country, but there are quite a number of domestic airlines too are very active. So they have flights to different places inside Bangladesh, which is carrying a lot of passengers at this moment. They are rather doing good business. Okay, well, they are prepared. They are taking care of the passengers, and sanitization and all these sort of activities are there in the airport, in Dhaka airport particularly, I should say. And so people are traveling by air to different destinations.
I know from the little I remember when traveling to Bangladesh, it's a very vibrant, very active country in a lot of ways. When you arrive at the airport, I never forget, we had people literally climbing up the fences and the iron bars right in front of the terminal. So people are very excited to see their relatives or their friends coming in. How many people are there in Bangladesh?
Population is almost like 180 million.
Okay, so
This is the
it's a huge
population
population.
size of Bangladesh.
So it's a huge population. And I think Robert had a question. Robert, feel free to unmute yourself. You have to just unmute yourself.
Good morning to everyone, and I'm very pleased that Jürgen asked me to ask a question. I am working in my different business school on coastal management, and very often I use the case of Bangladesh. So I ask you, what are you going on? What are you going to do with the sea level rise and the climate change? What are the objective of the tourism administration to fight against that and to bring a product able to do sustainable tourism for the future?
Yes, it's a very, very burning question, of course, because the sea level is rising. That is true. But then simultaneously, there's another symptom, which is that because Bangladesh is on the delta of the Himalayas, so there's a lot of alluvial deposits falling into the rivers, and also it's rising not only the river beds, then from there also it is going into the ocean. And it is also creating new land for Bangladesh. It's not only that sea level rise is a problem, but there's a new land also coming up on Bangladesh. If the sea level rise is not so massive, then I believe we can sustain. That is one point. The other thing is due to different cyclones hitting Bangladesh. Yes, there are places in the coastal areas which is endangered because they are having waterlogging and such problems, which is definitely scaring for us. But government is trying to get rid of it, trying to do plans to make it sustainable. And for sustainable, if you say about sustainable tourism, it's not only that we are trying out the regular tourism, we are also trying to work in the rural areas to develop community-based tourism, do some homestays. But as if there is no tourists at all, then these sort of activities, it really doesn't work out so nicely. And if we want to work it out, it has to be, the tourist has to be there. So then
I'm quite optimistic, Sayed, for your country, because I was studying that, and I was studying also all the projects made by UNEP and by the World Bank, because I still work as an expert of the World Bank on for the mangroves, for example. You are doing a lot, that a lot of other countries are not doing, So I am quite optimistic for what you are doing. And I hope that, in the future, as you have beautiful sites, beautiful beach, that the tourists will come back. Within 9 months for me, the tourism will be back in your country and in a lot of countries with the end of the COVID and the different vaccine coming home all over the world. Thank you. That's fine.
I'm wondering, Syed, how important is the tourism industry to the economy in Bangladesh? Obviously, Bangladesh is a diversified country. You have many other industries. Maybe you can tell us what other industries these are, possibly. So it's not relying on tourism like the Seychelles or some of these 100% tourism relying destinations. So how important is the industry, and how feasible is it that members of the tourism industry can be helped to get through these crises?
Well, this is a very, very important issue. I should say that, as I mentioned, the domestic market is growing. Before it was that, if you say 20 years back, then the contribution in GDP from tourism was less than 1%. But now, well, before COVID, it was like contributing 4%. But the sad part is that it is more on the domestic market. Not much of the international travelers are coming into Bangladesh. You may ask why. Whenever there is a possibility, whenever we see there is a little bit of rise in it, but we face sometimes political scenarios during the season of tourism. And then it is known to the world, we had a very bad attack in Bangladesh which is called Holy Artisan, which made a big setback for Bangladesh. So the problem is we don't have, what I feel is that our crisis management from the government is not very, very serious. So whatever crisis comes up, such crises are there in many countries of the world, but we are not addressing properly. So the message is not across that how government is dealing with it, how they are handling it. So that is why sometimes people have a notion that Bangladesh may not be a very good destination. But if in the recent time, if you see the travelers' blogs, there are few Europeans already, they have traveled and they have shown Bangladesh in their blogs, and they have mentioned how they have experienced. So I find it was quite positive signs coming up for Bangladesh.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, I just last night, my time, I guess this morning, your time, I received an email from your chapter president for PATA in Bangladesh, asking, you know, how we could work together with World Tourism Network to help with the re-establishing tourism awareness for Bangladesh. And I think we're very interested in working with Bangladesh. That's why we started a chapter what is open to anyone. And that's exactly what this organization, as a young organization, is looking to do, is to reach out for the medium and small size guys in the industry to stay alive and to generate income and visibility. So anything you could help and work with us, and we work with you, I think it could be a good thing, because this organization is built on really bringing awareness from the bottom up, not from the top down. But if you operate within WTN, then of course we have the global network, what could give this additional awareness, but sometimes also moves politicians to do something, because if there's publicity, if there's awareness of something beyond their own local region, it sometimes could be very helpful. And that's what I think we're trying to achieve in the overall picture. But tell us a little bit more about yourself, what you do, because I should have asked in the beginning, I apologize, who you are and what you do and so forth.
Well, you know my name already. I am Sayyid Ghulam Qadir, and I am with the tourism industry for more than 30 years now. And I have been always engaged in the development of tourism. Like I am the charter member of the Tour Operators Association of Bangladesh. I am engaged with PATA Bangladesh chapter. I am also engaged with PATA headquarters in different action. And also we are now engaged in the Buddhist circuit tourism. And I am with the local chapter of the Buddhist tourism circuit. And likewise, I am trying to help the tourism industry to grow in Bangladesh and to engage more into the tourism industry and boost the young generation to come into this industry as a professional and grow the industry. So it would be very nice that we are very much encouraged with WTN, and I believe that WTN will look into this scenario of small, medium enterprises and small countries like Bangladesh, where government is not very active in tourism, and there is a lot of lack of professionalism, I should say, in Bangladesh, both from the government side and also from the private sector, that it's not huge destination yet, and not too many inbound operators. There are a lot of outbound operators now, and it's growing because the economy is growing. So a lot of people are traveling outside the country. So naturally that is growing, but inbound into Bangladesh is not really very encouraging at this moment. And most of these companies, those who are dealing, are very medium and small size companies. And at this scenario of this COVID, people are suffering so much that many has also left the industry, and some has also engaged in other sort of business than tourism.
Yeah, and that's true for so many destinations. And as I said, we're a young organization. What we can do specifically to help with awareness outside Bangladesh, for Bangladesh, That's what we would love to do. We have Benjamin and also Robert wanted to ask something. Benjamin was first.
Okay.
Hi, Benjamin.
So thank you. I'm actually going to sort of butt in and actually respond to one of Robert's earlier questions about sustainability. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh has recognized the importance of tourism as a driver of the economy and has commissioned this tourism master plan, which is a very large piece of work. And what's exciting is that sustainability is completely at the heart of it. So we're looking at all the sustainable development goals and linkages with other sectors, and it is genuinely, I think, going to make a huge difference. But my question is actually to Jürgen, because I'm very conscious that Bangladesh doesn't yet have the Safer Tourism Seal from World Tourism Network or the WTTC, so Safe Travel Certificate. And I'm wondering, how could WTN perhaps support Bangladesh to help Bangladesh get the Safer Tourism Seal and reassure international travelers that now is the time to return?
Yes, let me just say a little bit, because it has been a little bit quiet about our Safer Tourism Seal. And the reason for it is this world has really been pushed upside down. All the good initiatives in the beginning and all the hope for COVID to be somehow defeated fast literally vanished, and they come back and vanish. So we decided to put the safety aspect, or safer, we call it always safer, not safety, a little bit on hold. So we don't make ourselves unbelievable in pushing something what really cannot be pushed. However, we have been pushing our hero recognition for those people that actually go the extra mile, that stick in there. And we have more and more applications for this. We're going through it, and we wanted to really award it to what is really worthwhile, not just give it to everyone. But that's something we have been pushing, and I think we can go back to the Safer Tourism Seal once it becomes a safer environment to really push. And we would welcome, of course, Bangladesh to be part of it. We have 3 different levels of the seal. The free one is basically all on self-evaluation. So we don't control it. We don't. We just rely what you're telling us, and there's certain aspects that automatically would guarantee the seal. That, for instance, the WTTC Safer Tourism Stamp is one of them, because we've been working with WTTC and we trusted this. But then there's also the evaluation, and obviously an evaluation is not a completely free process. So we worked with Dr. Peter Tarlow on this, who has been an expert in safety security for 27 years now. And this is still based on self-evaluation. So we're not going to send someone to Bangladesh, but it goes through specific interviews, both verbally and in writing. And then we can determine, this is evaluated. And then we also have another level in between. You really cannot buy if we see there are specific things done that exceed what someone should be doing. And then we have another evaluated level we could award based on this information. But in no case we ever guarantee safety. We're just recognizing the attempts for the industry leaders to implement such initiative in their own business. But of course, we would welcome to work with Bangladesh on that capacity when ready. And Robert, I think you had a question. Just unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I have a question. I know that Bangladesh is a very important country for the textile industry, but I was looking at your promotion. You are not promoting this issue. And can you do in the future, that is one of the ideas for the promotion and the growth of tourism in your country, kind of fashion shows, fashion fairs, and tourism, like that the people will come to see what you are doing, because a lot of products are coming from your country and we don't know that they are coming from Bangladesh.
It's very important. I believe your proposition or your suggestion, I welcome that. I had such a discussion with some people who came to Bangladesh earlier, and they were also thinking that to do some fashion show in Bangladesh so that people could come for fashion, because garments is at large in Bangladesh, and that could be an opportunity. Definitely, I will keep your idea in mind, and I will discuss with our local entrepreneurs, and particularly those who are dealing the garments industry. We can talk to them, and we can create such an environment so that they can come and have a fashion show, enjoy the fashion show in Bangladesh. And not only that, we can club it with with some of the because every year the garments industry BGMEA, they host such programs where they do exhibition, and then they do garments fashion show. So we could tie up such fashion show and tourism together, so that people could enjoy that. Definitely that would be a good opportunity to promote Bangladesh.
It's a very good idea. We did that in Dakar, in Senegal. I was sent to prepare the marketing plan of Senegal, 20 years ago, and we link textile and tourism, because in Dakar they produce a lot also of textile, but it was before. I am very happy to speak with you, because my son-in-law was born in Dakar. He's the son of the French banker. I am French, even if I live in Cordoba. It was son of the chief of the French banker of all this part of the world. And we talk a lot about your country. And I have at least 3 students who are doing master thesis on your country. I suppose I am very happy to listen to you.
It's wonderful. Definitely that your idea is appreciated, and I believe that we can discuss more on this with you, and we can plan it out for Bangladesh in the coming days.
Thank you very much. Let me give you my email, Robert Lancoir @gmail.com. Okay.
Yeah, we just, by the way, if anyone contact information, you need to contact someone within our WTN group, and you don't want to give the emails out on the air, no problem. Just fill out our contact form. We go through all of this, and we'll be happy to forward it. So that's not a problem. Now, when you mentioned fashion, we're actually in the process, and I would invite you to be part of it, or anyone you would think has an interest in this, to add fashion and tourism as an interest group. We've been approached in Nigeria from Abigail, who is one of our supporters in Nigeria for WTN. And she thought, and actually we had the minister on one of our panels, and he also agreed there is an enormous opportunity for Nigeria to add fashion. And I think the same opportunity may very well lay in Bangladesh. So if you know anyone who is interested in joining such a discussion, we're just about to add this, and this would be a good discussion point, not only for Bangladesh.
I know several people, and that would be an absolutely amazing idea. I think West Africa and South Asia would be just a perfect combination for developing this.
Yeah, so we were going to add this.
Let's do this.
Please, yes, Benjamin, let's, we have to find someone who takes the lead. Obviously, as I said, we're building from the, not from the top down, but I can add it, and then someone could take the lead on it. And hopefully we can make this work. There was another good initiative, not to drift away from what we're talking about, from Ms. Memzebi. She is the wife for Walter Memzebi, who is on our board and who was a former Minister of Tourism from Zimbabwe. And she wants to build an interest group in another organization, actually, what deals with dancing, dance and tourism and culture. And I thought this was such a great idea. So we're also trying to set something up there. She's originally from Cuba, so she's not from Zimbabwe. And you know how Cubans are. I mean, dancing is in their blood. And so I thought this is really a global thing this board could agree to. But we have Taufik Rahman. I think, Taufik, you are from Bangladesh, aren't you? Where are you from? Go ahead.
Well, yes, I'm from Bangladesh, and Jürgen, I had a communication with you regarding Bangladesh. I am the Secretary General for PATA Bangladesh chapter.
Oh, you're the German. Okay, perfect. That's why, yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's, I mentioned you earlier, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it would be a great opportunity. Welcome.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, my friend Syed Ghulam Qadir. You had a wonderful presentation, and I've seen Benjamin also. Benjamin and me were involved to develop the tourism master plan project in Bangladesh. I was supposed to ask one question, but Benjamin already asked the same question. You know, unfortunately, in Bangladesh, the government is not much. What I can say, the tourism is not the priority for the government at this moment. You know, that's why we are looking for some cooperation from our friend like you, WTN, or maybe PATA or WTT, something like this. You know, so my question was, you know, how a organization like yours, you know, or others, you know, or if you can help us to connect with our tourism, our maybe you can help us to prepare the strategic marketing plan or operational marketing plan, or maybe joint marketing promotion, something like this. So can we expect something from you? I mean, that is the same question what Benjamin asked to you.
Yeah, and obviously, yes, I mean, there are two different levels of cooperation. One, we would love to work with you and specifically also PATA and join hands in any, not only in Bangladesh, in any jurisdiction. As you know from the history, and I think I mentioned this in my response to you yesterday or this morning, is our discussion started with a joint discussion we had organized with PATA. And this happened at the ITB in Berlin when Corona just became a reality. And before ITB was canceled, we secured a venue at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. This was the hotel I was booked and prepaid in Berlin, and to invite interested stakeholders to discuss the effect of COVID, not knowing how big of a snake and animal COVID really would become. And then the ITB was canceled. PATA didn't arrive, but we're already in Berlin. So we had a very first discussion with some of the people who were there. And one of the other reasons I arrived in Berlin early was we organized an event for Nepal. What was, I think, would have been really successful. It was the second year, and we had a record attended, and all of this was kind of destroyed. But this was the beginning of rebuilding.travel, our discussion, and out of rebuilding.travel, now WTN comes. So PATA was involved in the very beginning, and we like to continue this. Now, when it comes to working out plans and so forth within our commercial, that's not now WTN, but we all have businesses within our business model. That's exactly what we do with Peter Tarlow. We would be happy to talk to you both on what we do with WTN, where we don't charge. It's not a service, it's a communication. But obviously there are services, and there are also other members that have similar services we can probably team up with. I mean, I'm looking at Benjamin here right now, you know, to work with you. And we should have more discussions on this, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, this was interesting. Syed, is there anything else or anyone else who wanted to add something to this discussion?
No, thank you very much. I think we had a very good discussion. You had raised some issues, some points, which is very, very encouraging and interesting. And I believe that this sort of arrangements, this sort of meetings, which could generate new ideas, and we could come together, as Tawfiq has mentioned, that how we can build up. Because see, Bangladesh, the fundamental problem is, if always we say, when we are across the table with the government people, that where is marketing, how you are focusing the market, how Bangladesh is going to be focused into the international arena of tourism. So there is our lacking. So what it is now, what I feel that the way WTN is trying it out, I believe that if the private sector in Bangladesh, in collaboration with WTN and PATA Bangladesh chapter or PATA headquarters, jointly, if we could do some efforts which to bring Bangladesh into the tourism map of the world, that could help us a bit at least to go ahead. Bangladesh is no more in a scenario when people used to only see Bangladesh for poverty and famine and drought and political problems. Now Bangladesh is also a land of cricket. Bangladesh is also into the development stage. It is coming up with different different big projects. So a lot of things are improving. It is changing also. So it's a developing stage, and definitely I believe if we start now, tourism in Bangladesh could be a very positive move for employment as well as for the and can contribute into the GDP more higher than what it is doing now.
No, I couldn't agree more with you. Robert just said to send him the slides and he would use it for his students, and the same here. So if you have any, or anyone, any presentations we can put on our new live stream here, we're trying to increase to 24/7. We'll be showing this event and our other events in the next few weeks in rotation. Feel free to add this to it and we'll be happy to include this. Right now we don't have any advertising in it, no commercial. So it's all just informative. And for right now, unless we find someone who wants to spend money with us, we're going to keep it like this. But
definitely, I will send you the promos which Bangladesh government has done. At least you will have it with you, so you can display, and that would also be helpful for us to at least know Bangladesh a bit more.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to also mention we have another event coming up on December 16th at 9 a.m. London time, or if I think in Delhi it's 2:30 p.m. So I'm not. I think it must be like 3 p.m. in
Bangladesh.
This is with it's called the Tourism Recovery Task Force. It's a panel with Deepak Joshi. Deepak was the former head of the Nepal Tourism Board, and he has panelists from India, from Sri Lanka, from Bhutan, and from Bangladesh on this panel. So hopefully, if you're interested in Bangladesh, join us. And there are many other events actually coming up. Today, we have also, for those that are in North America, we have some interesting events in your time zone coming up. I think the next one in about an hour at 10:30 my time, that's an hour and a half from now, we're meeting Alexandra. Many of you know her. She's talking about Balkan tourism, and we have guests from Albania, from Dubrovnik, from Bosnia, in that part of the world. And then a little bit later today at 1 p.m. Hawaii time, what is, I guess, London time at 11:15 in the evening or 6:15 Eastern time in New York. We have Dr. Eleanor Garley in New York on a panel with what she calls a candid look at the Caribbean tourism industry and cruises. Now, Eleanor is not known for lip service, so she has a panel, and I think it'll be interesting. We'll be talking about countries like Jamaica and others in the Caribbean. I wanted to thank everyone for joining us again. My special thanks, and I'm going to make this original now, goes to Stephen Brown, who has been on every single panel right now we had. Thank you so much. Stephen is in New York, as far as I know. And but of course, Syed, this was very interesting, and Benjamin, Robert, thanks, and Taufik, thanks for your input. And yes, if don't forget, if you wanted to move forward with the fashion discussion, please let me know, and so we can, kind of try to coordinate this. But from my part of the world, I can only say aloha. And what do you say in Bangladesh?
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Okay, that's easy. And that's not only Bangladesh.
It's all over the Muslim country.
Okay, thank you.
Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you guys. You have a nice evening, morning, or wherever
you are.
And we see you soon. Aloha.
All right.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and I'm reaching you from Honolulu, Hawaii this morning. I'm with livestream.travel and eTurboNews, and this month we are celebrating the launch of the World Tourism Network. World Tourism Network is an organization that caters mostly to the medium and small sized businesses all over the world. We had our major two launch events you find on the same platform, and we had anything from ministers of tourism to tour guides and everyone else joining in the party. And we welcome you now. This is a special session about Bangladesh tourism. It's presented to you by Syed Ghulam Khatir, and I may pronounce your name very wrong, and I apologize. But Syed is joining us in the middle of the night. I think it's midnight in Dhaka in Bangladesh.
In Dhaka, yes.
And welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. And namaste. Because Bangladesh is a country of harmony, and we believe in all religion, and we respect all religion. So I address in a way the national demand is like that. Even in our radio, television, it is always not only the from the Holy Quran, it is from the Bible, from the Gita, from Tripitak. It's all the religions gets the equal advantage in Bangladesh. So let me try to do a presentation on Bangladesh. And
oh, okay. Let me give you a way to. It's okay. You should be able to share slides if you wanted to do that, or share your computer. Okay, we can see it. Thank you very much.
All right. So let me start with the slides. So this is we'll be discussing on the new state of tourism in Bangladesh. And next comes Bangladesh as an unexplored destination. We have destinations around us like India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, which is more well known, but Bangladesh is not so much explored as a destination by the tourists. So it's in a brief, it's a green country, large smiling population, because Bangladesh has the most densely populated country in the world, with a large population, of course, but people are very friendly, hospitable, and smiling. I think Benjamin has already is well known to that. And as I mentioned, we have the religious harmony and the cultural bondage as usual, because if you look into Bangladesh, you will see all the different festivities, all different cultures are mingling here together, and everybody enjoys and shares the facilities. But the market, let me give you a little bit on the market scenario. The market scenario is primarily for the domestic tourism. The focus is on domestic tourism more or less. So that is why after the pandemic, when it has started, the domestic market is taking a good size of it. The largest tourist movement, and the next comes the outbound, with the largest tourist movement is into India, approximately 2.2 million. Rest visitors go to South and Southeast Asia and rest of the world. So it is approximately, the exact figure is very difficult to mention, but it's approximately 3.2 million. We have as much we have known. And you know, the pandemic effect happened everywhere, every places of the world. So Bangladesh was not out of it, though the tourism market is not huge from the point of inbound, but still the outbound was also not there. So totally the business was shut down, and the financial loss overall is 2.5 billion US. This covers tourism, airlines, hotel industry, and the job loss is roughly 500,000 went out of job. In the meanwhile, the private sector has focused on this issue, and they had spoke first out that what should be done for the scenario, how to come out of it, and the SOP was made by the tourism board, which was helped by the PATA local chapter, and then the TUA, which is the local association of tour operators. And after the opening in the September, the domestic market started to rise. So the domestic market rise is they are traveling to mainly to Cox's Bazar, Sylhet, in the hills. Like we have the hill tracks, so those are the areas where the people have started traveling already. Even there are fear for COVID, but still people are traveling into those areas. Domestic airlines is doing quite good. They are in a surviving mode now, but the local tour operators, they are in a big crunch. There is no support from the government as such. Both inbound and outbound operators, they cannot do their business because inbound is very far, outbound also. Only a few destinations has opened up, like Egypt, Turkey, Dubai. These three are the main destinations which are allowing tourists, and Maldives, of course. So these are the places where people are traveling now, but not in a large scale, a small scale, and very limited international flights like Turkish Airways, Qatar, then Emirates. These are in operation into Bangladesh, and there is airlines air bubble between India and Bangladesh. What government is doing at this moment, that they are doing some local campaign of the awareness campaign to boost tourism understanding among the local people in different destinations of Bangladesh. They are in a plan also for the rebuilding, rebranding plan, which we don't know yet what is going to happen, but they are in a process to do a rebranding. We have to wait and see what comes up next. And there's a tourism master plan underway, which Benjamin is heading that, and we will be having some meetings very soon, I hope, Benjamin. New marketing plan. We need new marketing plan, and this is a private sector initiative already happened, and this is through PATA and through the local stakeholders. They are thinking of how tourism can come back to Bangladesh, and the demand is basically on what should be the attention after COVID. So we PATA did seminars, and then research is also on by the private sector. That is a local magazine called The Monitor, the Bangladesh Monitor. They did some research on the airlines and hotels, that what is the need, what the customers are thinking of this. What we had in the discussion point is that we develop cross-border tourism. If you see Bangladesh in the map, you will see that Bangladesh is surrounded by India. So everybody is now looking, not only that, from Bangladesh, it's 2.2 million people traveling to India, but if you see the Indian travelers coming to Bangladesh, it is very few in number, and not and negligible, I should say. Rather, there are much business travelers. I mean, those who are working in Bangladesh from India, there's a big number of people working in Bangladesh from India. So that is one of the cry need, that how we can develop the inbound tourism by cross-border tourism, because India and Bangladesh have a lot of connectivity, not only flights, there are rail, there are by roads, there are many borders. It's at least 5-6 borders which are which can be easily accessed, which has access to Bangladesh. So the Bangladeshi travelers, that is one of the reasons that a lot of Bangladeshi travelers they travel into India from different borders into different areas of India. So we also think that we need lot of attention in communication cooperation between the stakeholders and the international organizations, as well as the government has to take care of the promotion of Bangladesh through communication by media and social media. And accessibility to the region is also very, very important, that that has to be addressed. The inbound tourism, as I have mentioned you, that Bangladesh is more focusing on the domestic tourism, and after the pandemic, this has again become the major role of the government, and everybody is now thinking that how they can develop more domestic tourism. The attention towards international arrivals is not really very much optimistic, I should say, but we think that we should have some realistic plan that how we can address the international arrivals. Maybe long haul is not possible at this moment, but definitely short haul markets could be targeted. In this situation, what we had faced is the local service provider like guides, they don't have any job at all, like local boatmen, those who are serving tourists, and similar different small entrepreneurs, small people engaged in tourism, they are now in a very setback situation. Through the operators in Dhaka, they had tried to help them a bit as much they could, because they are also not in a surviving situation. So not much has been done. I think this needs to be addressed, and the restarting date of the destination, that means coming to Bangladesh. People are coming to Bangladesh, but still things are not in proper shape. Government is not very sure that when they are going to give us the date that when Bangladesh can start the arrivals again, the tourist arrival into Bangladesh. So this has to be decided, and as well as I have mentioned earlier also, that everybody is keen on looking into the regional tourism, because regional tourism could be a little bit more easier than the what is happening in the for the long haul market. We cannot wait for the long haul market. Long haul market will take time. Vaccine has come. That is a good news, but still it will take some time, I believe. I just highlight a bit of Bangladesh tourism products. Sundarbans, the mangrove forest, which is the largest mangrove forest in the world, and is the hideout for the Bengal tigers. So those who are keen on the forest, particularly Bengal tiger, it has many aspects, but Bengal tiger is main of it, and that is very interesting, and that is also a World Heritage Site. The next is come the heritages, but actually what I was mentioning before, that this is a destination where all the religions have come across and has ruled here. That is the Buddhists. So we have the single largest Buddhist monastery in the world, Paharpur, which is not only the single largest, it is the one of the very important Buddhist heritages in Bangladesh. So we had a lot of Buddhism at one point of time. So all around Bangladesh, even the new excavations happening, they find new Buddhist viharas. That means those which are under the ruins. And this cruciform of Buddhism, it started from Bangladesh itself in the 5th century. Then comes the Chittagong Hill Tracts, which is there are a good number of tribal peoples in Bangladesh. So majority of the tribes are in the hills, around 14 tribes over there. Cox's Bazar, which is much spoken of, is the longest beach. We say it's a unbroken longest beach in the world. And then the tea gardens in Sri Mongol, which is also very attractive, and a lot of foreign tourists visit the Sri Mongol area, which is not very far from Dhaka, as well as it is quite amazing for the tourists over there. And it also have mixed evergreen forest, and very interestingly, there is a 7-color tea, which most people now know about. That 7-color tea is available in Sri Mongol. And Bangladesh is the land of rivers. The 2 major rivers in the world passes through Bangladesh, that is the Brahmaputra and the Ganges. In Bangladesh, it is called Padma, and just yesterday, the last span of the Padma Bridge, which is 6.15 kilometer long, the last span has been set. So Bangladesh is getting a very good road connectivity, which will connect the northern part of Bangladesh and the southern part of Bangladesh, and the travel will become much easier. So riverine tourism is also a very attractive product for Bangladesh. So as I am mentioning every time, is that the regional tourism has to be the very important part at this moment, because the accessibility to India is very easy, because there are several borders. So from different part of India, people can access into Bangladesh. Extension to Nepal and Bhutan is also possible by road through India. And what we feel that this for the short haul market, we can also add Thailand, Nepal, Malaysia, Singapore, and China. China is a very big market, so that could also be a very attractive proposition for Bangladesh to promote into these areas. And there was an initiative by ADB, which was called SASEC Tourism Subcommittee, developing products with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Northeast India. That was their prime addressing into this, and some developments have been done, and some road connectivity with India and the rail connectivity has been developed through this scheme. And I believe that this sort of packages, which could be for the long haul market in the future, that they could enter into Bangladesh and they could drive through into India, into the in the northeast of the Indian part, and Nepal and Bhutan, and they could go back. Similarly, it could be they could come into India or Nepal, and they would travel like this. So because this the people coming from Europe and America, which they do usually take longer trips, which is like a month or more. So this is a very attractive product for them, and it is also because this area is a very nature-based area. This is for more adventurous people. So in the coming days, people would be more looking into this. That what I understand from the different topics discussions done in the past. So that could be one of the very interesting part. So thank you very much for patience hearing, and I believe that this would be a very primary understanding. And now I give you the option of showing you a video on Bangladesh, which was awarded also internationally. It's a tourism video, which is like a little bit over 3 minutes. Let me see if I can play it for you.
Happiness needs no reason. This is what you will feel when you come here. Things that you will do, people that you will meet, will keep on surprising you. Be with the sun.
Sorry, a little bit of disruption.
Happiness needs no reason. This is what you will feel when you come here. things that you will do, people that you will meet, will keep on surprising you. Be with the sun, be with the mystic wind. যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। ও যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। The mind is a traveler. Now let your heart be the tourist guide. Explore the land of surprises. You'll find warmth you've been looking for all your life. Here, everyone has a story to tell. So when you leave with stories that you can treasure, friends that will last a lifetime. যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি তারে। ও যতই দেখি প্রাণ ভরে না, তাই হৃদয় মাঝারে রাখি। Welcome to beautiful Bangladesh, a land of stories.
Well, what a
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if you have this video, just send it to us, and we'd be happy to add it to the archive, maybe in front of the video. So that would be good. So you can send it as a MP4 or YouTube link or something like this. But,
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Syed, for this interesting presentation. I have to say, I've been to Bangladesh a long time ago in the 80s. And when I flew to Bangladesh, there was drug air from Bhutan stopping over in Dhaka on the way to Bangkok. Do they still operate this flight? And
yeah, now they don't operate Dhaka Bangkok much. They operate now. They have some flights still. They have some flights, but it's not in operation now. We have to wait when they come back.
Right. And we'd want to open up for question for anyone who has a question. Just raise your hand, or we're just a small audience, so you can probably just jump in. There's Benjamin from Edinburgh.
Thank you, Syed. Bangladesh is a wonderful destination. I'm looking forward to coming back again soon. I was really interested in what you were saying about the regional market and the work that the SASEC had done in the past, because it seems to me that there is a massive opportunity to sort of really establish a travel bubble between India and Bangladesh. And in the future for international visitors, I think this would be a really vibrant area to explore. Can you say a bit more about what you see as the potential and what's the barrier to this developing?
Well, the barrier is that there should be more cooperation between the government as well as more between the, I should say, more between the private sectors. That means the operators from India, Nepal, Bhutan, they should be together. They should think more into the direction that how they could keep the traveler into this region. Like the Mekong region, they had worked out very hard in the Mekong region. So you are in the Mekong region, you travel 3-4 countries at a time. So similar attention could be created, and if we are generous to each other, then I think it will be more helpful for the region as a whole. It's not only Bangladesh; it's the benefit goes all to the Northeast India, which is also a very neglected place, and but it has very nice, attractive products which can be merged together along with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, all these places, and these can be traveled by road. It's not that you have to take flights all the way, so it's more easier for the travelers and more interesting. Bangladesh is providing on arrival visa, and they can travel also by road into those places. But the more the engagement between the government and the private sector will actually build up the scenario of having a better share of the business in this region.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. I'm just wondering, of course, right now the elephant in the room is COVID everywhere, and you were talking about travel bubbles and opportunities there are, but what is the health situation? Is it really realistic to look at travel opportunities? I can tell you here in Hawaii, we're really trying to find ways of eliminating some of these opportunities and concentrating on others that we feel are maybe safer for the destination. When you said opening up the borders here and opening up the borders there, that's kind of a normalcy situation. But what's the reality right now?
No, the reality is that COVID is here. COVID is also in a rise at this current at this moment. But this is what I think is that we have to plan for the future. It's not that when the COVID goes away and then we keep on waiting that let the COVID go away, then we will start thinking on what could be done. Rather, it is the time that when we are sleeping, we should dream that what we will be doing tomorrow. So I think it is time to dream, and we should start our dream to make it into the action.
Yeah, so what you were saying, these are actually plans you think that could be implemented to reopen the industry. But right now, at this moment, it's not something you would suggest to open up all the borders, or is Bangladesh ready to do that?
No, government is not yet ready for that. There was a discussion going on. At this moment, borders are open to the travelers who are doing business and medical people who needs medical health care for serious patients into India. So that much is open. For the tourists, it is not yet open. I believe it will take a little more time, and we have to wait for that.
And then you mentioned domestic and regional tourism, and that's in many destinations is a substitute. It's not going to be a replacement, but it's substitute for tourism income. How is this working in Bangladesh right now?
Well, domestic, as I mentioned you, domestic tourism is quite aggressive, I should say. People are traveling. People are traveling by road, not so much, but if by road, they are doing by their own transport, but they're taking small flights because Bangladesh is not a large country, but there are quite a number of domestic airlines. Two are very active. So they have flights to different places inside Bangladesh, which is carrying a lot of passengers at this moment. They are rather doing good business. Okay, well, they are prepared. They are taking care of the passengers, and sanitization and all these sort of activities are there in the airport, in Dhaka airport particularly, I should say. And so people are traveling by air to different destinations.
I know from the little I remember when traveling to Bangladesh, it's a very vibrant, very active country in a lot of ways. When you arrive at the airport, I never forget, we had people literally climbing up the fences and the iron bars right in front of the terminal. So people are very excited to see their relatives or their friends coming in. How many people are there in Bangladesh?
Population is almost like 180 million.
Okay, so it's a huge
population size of Bangladesh.
So it's a huge population. And I think Robert had a question. Robert, feel free to unmute yourself. You have to just unmute yourself.
Good morning to everyone, and I'm very pleased that Jürgen asked me to ask a question. I am working in my different business school on coastal management, and very often I use the case of Bangladesh. So I ask you, what are you going on? What are you going to do with the sea level rise and the climate change? What are the objective of the tourism administration to fight against that and to bring a product able to do sustainable tourism for the future?
Yes, it's a very, very burning question, of course, because the sea level is rising. That is true. But then simultaneously, there's another symptom, which is that because Bangladesh is on the delta of the Himalayas, so there's a lot of alluvial deposits falling into the rivers, and also it's rising not only the river beds, then from there also it is going into the ocean, and it is also creating new land for Bangladesh. It's not only that sea level rise is a problem, but there's a new land also coming up on Bangladesh. If the sea level rise is not so massive, then I believe we can sustain. That is one point. The other thing is due to different cyclones hitting Bangladesh. Yes, there are places in the coastal areas which is endangered because they are having waterlogging and such problems, which is definitely scaring for us. But government is trying to get rid of it, trying to do plans to make it sustainable. And for sustainable, if you say about sustainable tourism, it's not only that we are trying out the regular tourism, we are also trying to work in the rural areas to develop community-based tourism, do some homestays. But as if there is no tourists at all, then these sort of activities, it really doesn't work out so nicely. And if we want to work it out, it has to be, the tourist has to be there. So then
I'm quite optimistic, Sayed, for your country, because I was studying that, and I was studying also all the projects made by UNEP and by the World Bank, because I still work as an expert of the World Bank on for the mangroves, for example. You are doing a lot, that a lot of other countries are not doing, So I am quite optimistic for what you are doing. And I hope that, in the future, as you have beautiful sites, beautiful beach, that the tourists will come back. Within 9 months for me, the tourism will be back in your country and in a lot of countries with the end of the COVID and the different vaccine coming home all over the world. Thank you. That's fine.
I'm wondering, Syed, how important is the tourism industry to the economy in Bangladesh? Obviously, Bangladesh is a diversified country. You have many other industries. Maybe you can tell us what other industries these are, possibly. So it's not relying on tourism like the Seychelles or some of these 100% tourism relying destinations. So how important is the industry, and how feasible is it that members of the tourism industry can be helped to get through these crises?
Well, this is a very, very important issue. I should say that, as I mentioned, the domestic market is growing. Before it was that, if you say 20 years back, then the contribution in GDP from tourism was less than 1%. But now, before COVID, it was like contributing 4%. But the sad part is that it is more on the domestic market. Not much of the international travelers are coming into Bangladesh. You may ask why. Whenever there is a possibility, whenever we see there is a little bit of rise in it, but we face sometimes political scenarios during the season of tourism. And then it is known to the world, we had a very bad attack in Bangladesh, which is called Holy Artisan, which made a big setback for Bangladesh. So the problem is we don't have, what I feel is that our crisis management from the government is not very, very serious. So whatever crisis comes up, such crises are there in many countries of the world, but we are not addressing properly. So the message is not across that how government is dealing with it, how they are handling it. So that is why sometimes people have a notion that Bangladesh may not be a very good destination. But if in the recent time, if you see the travelers' blogs, there are few Europeans already, they have traveled and they have shown Bangladesh in their blogs, and they have mentioned how they have experienced. So I find it was quite positive signs coming up for Bangladesh.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, I just last night, my time, I guess this morning, your time, I received an email from your chapter president for PATA in Bangladesh, asking, how we could work together with World Tourism Network to help with the re-establishing tourism awareness for Bangladesh. And .travel and eTurboNews in Honolulu, Hawaii. But we're really here for a different reason today. We're here to celebrate the launching of a new association, what's the World Tourism Network. We're having events all through December, and thank you for attending this one. And if you're looking for more content or you wanted to look at some of our great events we already had, just simply go to WTN.travel and click on the blue banner or the expo for these events. If you can also see it on worldexpo.travel, everything is summarized with all the old recordings during what we did so far. Today we're discussing the Balkan region, and I like to recognize Alexandra, and I'm not even pronouncing your last name, Gardazevic, I believe. She has been our chapter president for the Balkan region for quite some time, because this was our first chapter, and actually Alexandra was the one who recommended, and when we start WTN we should have chapters, and we took her advice, and now we have, I think, 11 chapters so far. We're introduced or ready to introduce, and the Balkan region, Montenegro, that's where Alexandra is our first chapter, and also she has been active, and she will tell you a little bit more about it. Besides chapters, we have interest groups. Chapters are regional. They could be in a city, they could be in a region, they could be in a country, and it really depends on your geographics and your interests. The idea is for chapter to have a local presence, because our goal is to build this organization from the bottom up. We don't want to be an organization what is built from the top down, because chapters should really take priority, and we're, as a global entity, are then here to support you. And sometimes it raises the importance of our message locally when there's an international body behind it. And that's really what we wanted to do. We're all about rebuilding travel, because rebuilding travel was our discussion group. We still have. And this was actually the reason we started now World Tourism Network, to organize this discussion, rebuilding.travel, a little bit further. We're also the oldest entity discussing COVID, because we started in Berlin, in Germany, on March 8th with an event. We didn't even know at the time how serious this situation got, but we had planned this event the end of February together with PATA during ITB trade show. Now, the ITB never happened. Our event at the Grand Hyatt Berlin did happen with a lot smaller audience, but this was really the beginning of the rebuilding.travel discussion. So we've been here very much from the very beginning. And unfortunately, we are rather not going to try to be proud of it. This discussion got bigger because the problem got bigger. But eventually, WTN is not all about COVID. We're really hoping we're going to be around after COVID, and our goal is to help the small and medium-sized businesses in the world to be heard a little bit more, and that's really what we wanted to do. Without further delay, and I like to give the microphone to Alexandra. Before I do this, I wanted to recognize and also explain we have 14 participants right now, what is good. But we have a lot larger audience outside this. We're streaming it on social media and also on the eTurboNews and Travel News Group social media, on live stream, on no matter what page you read on eTurboNews in any of our language editions, you will find this video streaming right now. And after we're done streaming, we're going to repeat these sessions for some time. And they're also all archived on various platforms, on WTN.travel, on Livestream, on World Tourism Events, and also on worldexpo.travel. So the message hopefully goes out, it will go out, and it's important that people know what we're doing and about the Balkan region. And finally, I'd like to encourage everyone who wanted to get more involved and maybe who wanted to think about starting your own local chapter or your own interest group, please contact us. Just go to WTN.travel, click on the contact form, and any type of contact. So if you wanted to reach out to any of our other members, you can look at their profile. And if there's no contact information, just let us know and we'll be happy to forward the information. Sorry to give you all this initial spiel, but Alexandra, it's all yours. Thank you. You need to unmute yourself, please.
Am I okay now?
Yes, you're perfect.
Okay. So now we can pretend like 14 of us are sitting at the beach in Hawaii and having a small talk discussion. Shall we do it that way? Okay. So good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all the participants and all the people watching our panel now and who will be watching it in the coming days on different channels and medias. It has been a great pleasure for me to host this discussion, and Jürgen, thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity. For all of you who don't know me, my name is Alexandra, and I have two very difficult surnames, which you shouldn't even try to pronounce. People from Balkan can, I'm sure. I'm Gardašević Slavudica. But Jürgen already gave it up, so don't try it. I'm proud to be an executive board member of WTN and the president of WTN Balkan chapter. I have to say, as I said on the opening event, because I really feel like that, I feel very strong by being a member of such a great organization, knowing that actually there are all of you, all of us working together, and there are more than 120 countries participating in this project, supporting the idea of rebuilding travel and tourism due to COVID. So together, I'm sure we are stronger, smarter, more efficient, productive, and capable, will be capable to fight COVID, I'm sure. Tonight, I have just great guests who are trying their best to make a difference in tourism in their own countries. As Jürgen, there is a saying that Jürgen usually use, and I would use it now. They are real movers and shakers in tourism in their countries. So let me present first Ms. Cornelia Ferizaj, the General Director of the National Tourism Agency of Albania. You will see how beautiful she is, but that's nothing compared to how professional and capable she is. She is also the first WTN member from Albania, and I'm sure that Cornelia and WTN will make a great team together. So thank you, Cornelia, very much for participating. Our second guest is Ms. Branka Music. Her name in English is spelled music. So she's very nice and full of sensation, as the most music is. But on the other side, she's also general manager of the hotel complex in Dubrovnik. And she's a very, very tough young lady dealing with tourism in her area. Welcome, Branka. Our third guest will be Ms. Snežana Štetić, professor from Serbia, very experienced university professor and tourism practitioner. And she's a living encyclopedia of tourism, so I'm sure that she will have a lot to say. Welcome, Professor Snežana. And we also have Ivan Dodik, the gentleman who is tonight blissful among women, and he's our tourismologist and tourism journalist from Bosnia. Welcome, Ivan, too, and welcome all of you attending this panel. Let me have just a couple of words introducing situation in Balkan and actual tourism circumstances. Balkan consists of 11 countries located on the southeast of Europe, at the edge of European continent. But I also like to say we are at the edge of the continent, but somehow in the middle of everything. Why in the middle? Because we are so close to the all important outgoing tourism European markets, just 1 hour flight, even less, or just a bit more. So that's a great perspective for all of us. And because of that, when tourism moves on, tourists will be visiting closer destination, and that's our chance. I would also say that Balkan is beautiful, is beautiful, and it's synonym for natural beauties, for beautiful people, friendly people, for culture, tourism, tradition. And at the same time, unfortunately, we have been going through a lot of crises, mostly political crises. We even had a war in our region, and now we have Corona crisis, maybe the worst one in Europe, definitely, but maybe in the world as well. So maybe I just, thought that here I should maybe stop my presentation and present a short video about Montenegro. At the moment, we don't have video about Balkan, but soon us as a team will make one, I'm sure. And now let us see a couple of pictures from Montenegro, and then I'll just say a few sentences about Montenegro and then give floor to my guest, okay?
Welcome to Montenegro, the small country of great opportunities, unusual, different, unique. Welcome to a hidden corner of the planet, yet to be discovered by the rest of the world. Podgorica, the capital city, located in a green valley only 40 kilometers from the sea, connecting southern and northern Montenegro, as well as different cultures, religions and nations. Cetinje, the cultural and historical treasury of a nation, the spiritual capital of Montenegro, a small city guarding the story of a king, his kingdom, his family, and his subjects. After visiting the Cetinje monastery, you can go up to Ivanovo Korita to see Mount Lovćen. Budva, beautiful sandy beaches and tranquil villages in the hinterland, the peace and quiet of its monastery gardens, hidden coves, glamorous hotels, the best music festivals and concerts in Europe, the city of outdoor theatre stages, the cosy terraces of fish restaurants. Budva is also home to Sveti Stefan, a glamorous island. Bar, on the shores of the sea and the lake, a city of olives and wine and multi-ethnic harmony. Its 2,000 years old olive tree, the old town, the magnificent Skada Lake and the Srnica hinterland, whose wine cellars reportedly make the best Montenegrin wine, the Srnica Vranac. Ulcinj keeps within its walls the history of famous warriors, pirates and prisoners, such as the celebrated Cervantes. The beauty of a completely different Montenegro is hidden here, on the most beautiful beaches on the Adriatic Sea, in its waves and its winds, in the wooden cottages on the River Bojana, in the colourful feathers of the flamingos at Solana, at music festivals, and in the healing waters springing from the depths of the earth. The Bay of Kotor, the only fjord in the Mediterranean. Like a string of pearls, many towns and villages are lined up along the entire bay. It is difficult to decide which one is more beautiful than the other, and which one is more admired by the visitors. Is it Kotor, surrounded by the impressive 16th century walls, the city of carnivals and masked balls, music and dance? Kotor, with the Cathedral of St. Tripion, the Castle of San Giovanni, or St. Luke's Church? Perhaps it is the Baroque town of Perast and its Roman mosaics. They also admire Tivat, the former summer residence of rulers, noblemen and poets, its salt pans, the largest park in Montenegro, and Porto Montenegro, the most luxurious mega yacht marina in the Mediterranean. The sunny city of Herceg Novi, its many steps descending towards the sea, its everlasting vegetation and famous mimosa blossoms have been attracting painters, poets and writers for centuries. The national parks of Montenegro are the country's greatest treasury. Lovćen, with its dense forests, and the scenic village of Njegoši. Durmitor, with the wild river Tara, glacier lakes. Skada Lake, with its Dalmatian pelican, and Rijeka Crnovica. Beogradska Gora, with the Beogradsko Lake, located in the heart of Europe's last virgin forest. Prokletje, with Ali Pasha's Springs, Lake Plav, and its unexplored, breathtaking beauty. And we haven't shown you everything yet. Kolashin, the largest ski centre, a mountain town where you will enjoy the specialities of our national cuisine. Tara, the deepest canyon in Europe, and the river that offers rafting from your wildest dreams. The most magnificent mountain centre, Žabljak, attractive during the winter, maybe even more so in the summer, with its many hiking paths, reveal the multitude of charms offered by Mount Durmitor and its lakes. What makes this country unique is primarily its extraordinary and wild beauty. Montenegro is characterized by diversity, even contradictions, both in the natural sceneries, quickly interchaining without warning, and in the tastes and aromas of its food and drinks, starting from the Mediterranean specialities, through the lake delicacies and famous wines, all the way to the traditional mountain dishes. In the course of only one day, one can enjoy magical sandy beaches, go rafting along the Tara River, see Italy from the top of Mount Lovćen, ski in Kolashin, go surfing on Ada Bojana, or fishing on the lakes. This country has been built by 3 different cultures and spiritually shaped by its famous artists. In Montenegro, you can find your peace, quiet and tranquility. You can find your passionate, adventurous side. You can find happiness in the little things. You can find yourself.
So you liked, I hope you liked it, okay? So as you could see, I think, and I think you agree, that Montenegro is a beautiful country. We are beautiful, but very small country, 600,000 people only. In 2019 actually was the best year regarding tourism in our country, and we had almost 3 million of tourists visiting Montenegro. But at the beginning of the pandemic, we projected the decrease in tourism for about 50%, but unfortunately it was much, much higher. On the other side, Albania and Croatia managed to keep their figures much better, but Cornelia and Branko will tell us more about that, I'm sure. In summer season actually in Montenegro was in the light of government change and elections, because we have changed the government after 30 years. So new government just came in power after only 3 days ago. In May, there was a story that I would share with you shortly. In May, we were first corona-free country in Europe, which was a huge mistake. And this is, we proclaimed Montenegro as first corona-free. And after that, the numbers of COVID started rising, and the reputation of destination, of course, so the first reason was because politics entered the tourism completely, and I think I said enough about that. And the other one was destination marketing has completely failed. Our national tourism organization did not do much. Actually, they did not do any good, honestly. And the good point at the moment is that soon national tourism organization strategy and concept will be changed by the new government, and that's the new chance for Montenegrin tourism. National Tourism Organization was also main promoter of corona-free status. They were not giving advices to government not to do it. They were on the other side. They were not helping medium and small-sized businesses to handle the situation, to market their infrastructure. We did not have any protocols, just a couple of protocols on papers. We did not train our staff to implement protocols. So, you know, all in all, you know, we definitely failed during the phase of, you know, during this period until now, and hopefully new things will happen soon. So I hope that soon we will build our destination as corona responsible destination together with the Balkan region. We will return trust. We will focus what we have to do and all have to do on digitalizations, innovations. And I think that's now we have a chance to finally rebrand our destination. Until now, we had mass tourism, which was not a good choice for Montenegro at all, as we are small, and for other reasons as well. So from now on, I hope that we will focus on luxury, ecotourism, sustainable tourism instead of mass one. And I think I should not speak more about Montenegro at the moment. I propose that now we go to Albania. We travel to that we have virtual trip to Albania, and if you agree, I would play a video about that beautiful Balkan country. You will see how beautiful it is, and then Ms. Cornelia will say a couple of words about it. Is it okay?
Perfect.
Yeah, okay. Let me share it. Hope I'll be better this time. Yeah, here it is. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
To flow
with Europe's last wild river, to find the wisdom of old stones, to feel the touch of the sun, to measure your day in your own heartbeats. On your way to find yourself, you'll find fairy tales, you'll find perspective, you'll find the place where you really can go your own way. Where the dance starts somewhere inside you, like something you learned to do long ago. To set off as a traveler, to stay as a guest. Albania, go your own way.
Yeah.
To flow with you.
Okay. Here we are. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, yes. I'm just
okay.
trying to get my camera back. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe, so you see how beautiful Albania is. And Cornelia, do you mind taking the floor, please?
Thank you, Alexandra.
Yeah, okay, thank you, you're welcome.
I think it's okay now?
Yes, good, great.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all. My name is Cornelia and I represent the National Tourism Agency of Albania, which is an institution within the Ministry of Tourism in Albania. And dear panelists and dear Alexandra, I really want to thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to be part of such an important panel, the Balkan region, which I strongly believe is the future of tourism. Albania is a very small country and a small destination, and we are aware that we can't be strong enough only, but together with Montenegro, with Serbia, with Northern Macedonia, with Kosovo, we can be the strongest. And we can be a good Western Balkan destination, especially for East and far, let's say, markets. The region of Balkans, and in particular the Western Balkans, has been considered a growing tourist destination over years now. It's not a new thing, let's say. And this due to several elements that make this region very preferable, let's say, and much wanted in different markets. We are unique, and we can say it strongly that we are unique. We are unique for our high biodiversity values, for our historical and cultural heritage, and for culinary experience, which everyone that comes here in Montenegro, they mention the culinary experience here. We have reasonable prices, of course, and a very, very pleasant weather all year round. Furthermore, one of the biggest advantages that I can say, despite for example, you can find this very beautiful, different historical culture in a very small area. And nowadays it is considered really a luxury experience that you can visit more than one country in just one trip. By saying this, the Balkans is really the future of tourism, I think, and I believe it strongly, because the Balkans is a unique tourist destination for different types of tourists. For example, for cultural tourists who like to taste the food, and why not make it by themselves, and they can experience in cities this, but even in small villages, they can see the history and the real life. For ecotourism tourists, of course, because the Balkan offers a lot in agrotourism and of course in small sustainable cities. For aquatourism also, I know that Montenegro is very well known for the marinas and for hotels, especially in the coastal area. And we both have strong and huge to offer in that sense, in water sport, in cruise tourism, in adventure tourism, in aqua sport, and a lot of other in the marine sector, let's say. The main two groups that we have targeted are, of course, the Western European countries and also the Far East markets like China, Japan, and Korea. In fact, maybe you know about this, Alexandra. I'm sure there have been a lot of initiatives like projects like Balkan Treasure or like the Peak of the Balkans, where Montenegro, Albania, Kosovo were included to mark and develop mountain walking trails in the border area. For adventure tourists and for mountain tourists, this part was targeted as a unique destination, really. Actually, Albania is also part of different project areas in IPA that work to develop tourism in the Balkan region, especially to promote thematic routes in the Balkan countries and trying to sell a united touristic product. I want to say, what about today and tomorrow, especially in the pandemic crisis that we have now, unfortunately. Especially now during this difficult time of pandemic, despite the difficult tourism season, I want to say, and I'm proud of that we managed to be an open destination. But we opened the borders, let's say, from the 1st of June, and we managed the situation really good, let's say. But anyway, we strongly need to develop a joint tourism approach now. We need to create joint and internationally competitive and culture and adventure tourism offer in the Balkan countries. I want to mention that the region economies need to diversify their offer, and the region has high potential, of course, natural and cultural heritage for tourism development, from mass tourism, which we are not so, Albania is not in the mass tourism indeed. No. And maybe this will be a positive side, let's say, for us. Albania can attract this different kind of travelers by serving their demand for the off-season, especially because we are blessed and we have a long season, and also slow travel and highlight local and authentic experiences. Also, the fact that Albania is not a mass tourism destination is important now that people look for less crowded destinations. Regarding COVID situation, compared to other European countries, Albania has low COVID cases, as I mentioned before, and the health system hopefully is managing pretty well the situation, let's say. With the hope that in the first months of 2021, I want to be positive in that sense, we are optimistic, and I really hope that we will restart again tourism. Today, tourists and travelers look for a new, authentic experience, as you all know, not mass touristic. And the future of tourism, I strongly believe, in the Balkan areas, must be treated as a combination of all elements that our region offers for the biggest tourist market. We, Albania, as an integral part of the Western Balkans, can demonstrate and will demonstrate our willingness and our commitment to be the most active part of the joint collaboration. We should build back stronger together. And we should work for our destination in 3 directions now, I think. We should react, so respond and manage the situation. We should rethink, reevaluate, and to give, prioritize the products, markets, and channels, and rebuild, of course. We strongly need a new strategy for growth in the global market. thank you to all for your attention. Thank you, Alexandra, for the time that you gave to me. And
Thank you, Cornelia. Yeah, it's a great presentation. I'm sure that everybody liked it, and it's true, definitely. As we are so close, the main chance that we have here is to get together and to unique our strength, our experience, all the beauties that all the countries around have, and really make it. To get out of COVID situation much stronger and better than we used to do, because there are so many opportunities that we have actually missed, and now we have to make it up, I think. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your presentation. And maybe we should now go to Croatia, our neighboring country, and to talk to Branka. Okay.
Good evening.
Hello, Branka. Thank you for coming, for participating. And
thank you for invitation.
You are very welcome. Our pleasure. So, if you agree, I would play the video that you sent me, okay? And after that, you will have a chance to explain us how the situation in Croatia is. I would also say that Branka have sent me a video which is actually mostly promoted the hotel complex that she is general manager at. It's Adriatic Hotel in Dubrovnik. And Dubrovnik, just for you to know, is one of the hottest spots in the Croatian tourism. Am I right, Branka?
Yes, you are completely right.
Okay, it's a beautiful, it's wonderful area, and you actually see how wonderful it is. Okay, let me play video now. Thanks. No, not yet. Give me a minute. Share screen. Okay, here it is. Okay. Sorry.
from Croatia.
Here we are. Yeah, okay, the floor is yours.
Hello from Croatia, a small country well known for football, good wines, fantastic coast, and the cleanest sea, and the nice people.
And also the beautiful people. Not only nice, but also beautiful people.
Yes, just as in the whole Balkan.
Yeah, yeah.
Tourism makes 20% of GDP, national GDP. In 2019 was the best year for national tourism. We had 21 million arrivals and 108 million nights. This should be much better in 2020, but a guest named COVID-19 has surprised us. So the 2020 was very unexpected year for all of us, but our government has undertaken many measures, and I can state that we are satisfied so far. At the beginning of pandemic, there were some uncoordinated details and late reactions, but it was completely new and unexpected situation, and it should be tolerated. Croatia has done a lot. We have concrete measures such as wage subsidies till the end of this year, and we hope this will be prolonged. The champion in turnover, in arrivals and in overnights was Istria. Zagreb has achieved only 30% of last year's turnover, and Dubrovnik-Neretva country had drop in turnover of 65%. So it is hard to make the projection of the upcoming season, but the main condition will be safety. And we all ask, everyone asks us, what kind of future is waiting for us? We depend on the trends at the international markets, but it depends on us how we will prepare. We must have plans, be focused on sustainability. We must regulate the physical and all other barriers we are aware of. Problems may be restrictions that our potential guests may meet, such lockdowns, other government restrictions, value-added taxes, which are the highest in Europe, overall economic situation, but the safety will be priority. The time ahead us is a time for adjustment, and we were used on good business, and tourism was happening to us, to all of us, and we were aware that one day it will be changed, but we didn't expect it will be so fast. Safety and the support will be the most important details in the future. We have and we had a support from our partners, from our suppliers and local communities. We have survived, and I think the most magic word for the upcoming seasons will be crisis management, because we will have to adjust to the situations not on monthly basis, but on a daily basis.
Yeah.
2020, we have survived, and we hope 2021 will be much better. This year, I can say something about our hotel. We have achieved only 10% of the last year's turnover, and we are not, this is not something we are proud of, but as the season was unpredictable, we hope to reach, in next year, to reach 30% of 2019's turnover.
Yeah, but these are.
It is a really hard. It was a really hard time for all of us, because this situation was something we have never met. We have faced some new situation, and we didn't know how to behave. So the changes, we adjusted on a daily basis to it. And I think that 2021 will be the same.
Agree. And actually the point is this panel and WTN portal and support is actually the place where we can all meet, find solutions, because nobody who's left alone or who is a solo player in this terrible COVID game can succeed. So it's good actually that we are gathering together and finding solutions and trying to put all the situation under control. Thank you, Branka. Yeah, thank you very much. We'll discuss details a bit further. And if you guys agree, we should now hear a word from Dr. Snežana Štetić from Serbia. Okay, and as I did for our previous participants, I would do the same. I would play video about Serbia, which is also a beautiful country, and you will actually see how beautiful it is for those who haven't been there. Okay, let me play a video now. Thanks. I'm not good as an IT expert.
Now, while you do this, fascinating discussion from my end, and I know so little about the Balkan region, so I learned so much in a short time.
Good, good to hear it.
And Croatia, and I really liked your statement. You're saying safety first, and
yes,
that's what we have been doing here in Hawaii, and that's why we still have the lowest numbers. While the rest of our country is in dire strait, we still have quite low numbers here, and this is just the statement we need to learn from each other.
Yeah, and it's not something that many of us are practicing these days. Okay, do you see the video now? Can I play it?
Please.
Yeah. That was short one, but good one.
Very nice.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Dr. Snežana, could you please join the discussion?
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from Serbia, Belgrade. I'm very pleased that we have this discussion tonight, especially because Balkan is a very interesting, very nice, and it should be a very popular tourist destination. Serbia is the only country from those Albania, Montenegro, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia is the only country which doesn't have a sea. It's a rural country, but looking at the short promo before, you could see that we have a lot of waterways, beautiful rivers, lakes, and the natural beauty of forms of tourism, alternative tourism, ecotourism, sustainable tourism, wine tourism, and many, many other forms of tourism. Of course, this year, 2020, is not a good year for tourism because actually tourism is a victim this year, and all of tourists are the victims as well. As we know, borders were closed and we couldn't travel. In Serbia, in the first 10 months, we had a decline of 75% of international tourists and decrease of 22% of domestic tourists. But our big cities have a big problem, especially hotels in the big cities are having a big problem. But our mountains, our spas, and rural tourism is booming. And I can tell you that they are very satisfied because the domestic tourists are now traveling through Serbia, because Serbian people are very well known as the people who like to travel a lot, like all other people on the Balkan Peninsula. And nowadays, domestic tourists are traveling around the country. Of course, this is very difficult year for all those who are working in tourist sector in Serbia, not only hotels, but travel agencies, rent a car, transport for transportation, for Air Serbia, for example. And maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but Serbia was open, as my colleague from Albania said. Serbia was open country and our borders were open for the tourists, but some borders were closed to our tourists. And Serbian people like to go to Montenegro very much, but the borders were closed. They went to Greece and suddenly those borders were closed. So a lot of tourists from Serbia went to Turkey, to Egypt, to some countries like that. But it was in July, August, and partly in September. As all of us know, this year is a terrible year. But I was always optimistic, and now I am optimistic because I see this year as a chance to reorganize our tourism sector, to put together all stakeholders to work together and to make better tourist products offering to the international market. And this year is a year of rebuilding travel. And because of that, this idea of rebuilding travel, of our network, is for me the most important thing which was done in this year. Because thank you very much for all of you who put us together, because now we have to work together. For example, Balkan Peninsula, Europe, Western Europe, all the world, because only together, the small pieces of tourism sector, together we can make many changes. And because of that, now we have to keep in mind that tourism has to be rebuilt. Of course, nothing will happen until the end of this year because it's very close. I'm not sure at the first quarter and the second quarter, but maybe third and fourth quarter will be better for tourism. Most things we have to, as we have to put people together, because as we know, a lot of people in tourism lose their jobs. Some business were terminated, hotels were closed. My friend from London told me, she's working in a big hotel. She told me that because it's a corporation, they have 5 hotels, only 2 of them are working nowadays. People are losing their job. They don't know what to do and such things. But of course, all of us together, I can think that we can make a change and that we can work together. Why I'm saying that? As you know, Serbia was always crossroads from the north to the south, from the east to the west. Many wars were on this in this area through the history, through the centuries, and always we came back as a bird phoenix. We came from the ashes, and I think that the tourism has to come back from its ashes better, much better, and because of that, we have to this year and the first half of the next year to think as a chance to make a better tourist products, to make a better tourist destinations, and with the new strength to go to the new tourist season in 2021, if not, then 2022. But I'm optimistic, and thank you very much that you put us together, because now my optimism is growing after this
Great.
after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for.
And welcome to Serbia.
We will be coming soon.
You didn't say something. As I'm a licensed tourist guide, I have a license in Serbia. I have a license number 1. I'm not the oldest guide, but I work a lot as I work as a university professor teaching tourism, and I'm teaching tourist guides. I have a specialized schools about guiding rural tourism and many other forms of tourism. I will be your special guide when you come to Serbia.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is what I was going to say. When WTN team comes to Serbia, then you will take us around to make sure that we see all the beauties of Serbia. Thank you very much. And what you just mentioned, and I'm sure that the rest of the colleagues agree, the domestic tourism is not something that the Balkan region should rely on, because we are somehow, all the countries in the Balkan are small to rely on its own citizens. So actually we should make regional tourism domestic tourism. That's, I think, something that we should go to. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Snežana. And now it would be nice to hear our gentleman, Ivan Dodik, and we will see beautiful emotional video from Bosnia that Ivan sent me, and we are going to share it now, okay? Give me just a minute. Oh, yes. I have to go to YouTube even.
And if you send the videos, we can put it on the archive separately.
I will.
That's wonderful.
So what did I do? It's not what Ivan sent me. Sorry.
When you play YouTube,
I'll
you need
never.
to have your speaker on, and because the sound would not come from the video directly, it'll go to
Okay.
your room. So if you have speakers, just put them.
Okay. So I'll just. I'm sorry.
To the lady in Croatia, there are a lot of Croatian here in Hawaii. I don't know if you knew this. We have a very large Croatian community here.
Yes, we know.
Sorry.
And many of our guests are coming also from Hawaii.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I hope to have opportunity to have you as a guest.
No, and I have a lot of Croatian friends. There was one gentleman, he had a beautiful apartment. Unfortunately, he passed away. He had a heart attack while he was swimming. But he had one of the most beautiful places. We always used to go for partying with Ocean View. Another good friend of mine, he had a limo service here in Hawaii. And I remember when my parents visited from Germany, he picked us up at the airport, and my mother was whispering in my ear, "How can you afford this?" You know.
Okay, let's see what Ivan has sent us. Okay, this is beautiful Bosnia.
Što pevamo pomisliš kada zatvoriš oči?
Maleno moje, pomislim na ono što mi mnogo nedostaje. Mjesta koja su poput sna. Zemlju koja ima i najhladnije zime i najtoplija ljeta.
Koliko su hladna ta mjesta?
Ledeno hladna. Pamtim prekrasne boje zelenih planina i planinskih vrhova u oblacima. Neodoljivo plavih jezera, snježnih šuma i žutih livada.
A gdje se kriju životinje?
One su tu, oko nas. Kad gledam preko jedne visoravni, ne mogu, a da je ne zamislim bez galopa konja koji trče preko livada u nedogled. Kada zamislim jezero, vidim nas i da ću je uvijek voljeti.
A zašto je voliš?
Maleno moje, zažmiri. Udahni i osjetit ćeš mirise njenih polja, rijeka, planina. Vidjet ćeš predivne ljude, životinje i more i jezera. I proljeće i ljeto, jesen i zimu. Neodoljiva prostranstva. Historiju. Gradove hiljadama godina stvara. I sve je tako jedinstveno. Ljudi u njoj ponosno korače. Zavoli je svako ko prođe njenim poljima, uživa u njenim slapovima, penje se na njene najviše vrhove. Nju je lako voljeti. Uživaj u njoj, jer to je i tvoja zemlja.
Here we are. Okay. So it's true, even Bosnia is country which is so easy to be loved. So true. Okay. Can you please share your views on the situation in Bosnia? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to greet all the panelists as well the participants, and of course the president of the VTN Balkans, Ms. Gardašević-Slavudica. I believe that networking is the right path in efforts to rebuilding tourism processes locally as well as globally. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a small and very complex and divided country with the three constitutive nations and others living in it. In the terms of tourism trends in the last 10 years before the pandemic, Bosnia and Herzegovina is experiencing upward trend in the international tourism market. The reason is that it has a diverse cultural and natural-based tourism offer and a very favorable geolocation between Croatia, Serbia, and Montenegro. However, there is numerous problems and illegalities in the functioning of the tourism sector, such as inconsistent legislation, the lack of national tourism organization, state ministry of tourism, the transfer of jurisdiction between institutions, and so on and so on. But the pandemic has caused major strikes to the tourism sector, so tourism workers are not protected. And the measures taken by the authorities are just for political promotion, unfortunately. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, tourism is not approached strategically and systematically. Tourism is still happening on its own, without any plan, and especially a crisis management plan for current situation. Regarding the pandemic, the status of travel regulations changes from week to week, and the situation in general is unpredictable. I think it's important to place accurate information to the general public. Yeah, we need to educate the staff for tourism first, and complementary sectors also. As Professor Snežana said, people are the key for progress. In this time, we can use this dormancy time for promotional planning, strategically activities. And we are a small country, but we are trying to do something. We don't have ministry, national tourism, or anything, but we are doing our best. And you should come to our country. We have sea, we have pyramids also. Really, we have pyramids.
Yeah, Novak Djokovic was going there recently, and everybody knows about Novak Djokovic.
Yeah. So that's a short brief of our current situation here.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And as Cornelia mentioned in her speech, actually the point is that we are all so close to each other, and we can actually make a joint package or whatever it's called. But whoever comes to Bosnia can visit Croatia, Serbia, Albania, Montenegro. So we are all very close, I would say. And definitely, as you could all see, the promo videos that we were playing, it was like you were watching video of one country. Do you agree, Jürgen?
Yes, absolutely. As I said, I learned a lot. And of course, originally being from Germany, it's not an area where I don't know geographically where it is.
Yeah.
But I grew up in Germany. Albania was a very different country. I was fascinated to hear because we still, when you look in the history, you still have the Chinese connection. I used to listen to Radio Tirana back in the 70s. So, I mean, all of these things really want to make you travel and want to make you see the various countries. And I've visited some of your regions, Croatia, for example, but I think it's from the American standpoint, it is one destination, and it would make more than sense to jointly market it instead of separately market it. You said yourself, Alexander, Montenegro is only 60,000 people. To go on a global marketing campaign, that would probably take your gross national money instead of doing it together.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
And it's something from World Tourism Network, really, what I'm so thankful about, that you brought this region together within our rebuilding session. And hopefully we can continue and work with us. And I wanted to encourage every one of you to join our organization. I know we don't have Albania yet. We don't have any of you guys yet as a member. So that would bring us together really to work and also tell the world about you and coordinate our efforts.
Of course.
Under the guidance from Alexandra.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you. And definitely we should stay together and we should be together. And first of all, what we have to do is to kind of solve and put under control the medical situation, to keep it under control. And as I mentioned before, I think what we should go for is to create a Balkan as a COVID responsible destination, and to have all the protocols which we can, and for this we can get assistance from WTN experts. We should put all the protocols in place and in compliance to each other. So that would be a great opportunity. And as a marketing and communication expert, I would say that marketing is a must. So no matter what kind of COVID status is in the country, I think we should go for marketing and only marketing. No matter how bad the situation is, because there are marketing and corporate communication standards for each phase of COVID situation, COVID pandemic situation, and those specific campaigns according to whatever stage the countries should be implementing. So destination marketing, in my opinion, is a must. As well as we mentioned, turning domestic tourism, actually replacing, if I may say, domestic tourism with regional tourism. So our regional Balkan tourism should become a domestic one, I think. And by creating tourism bubbles or tourism corridors, this is something that can guarantee much better position in this pandemic situation. And of course, new orientation, using new technologies, digitalization, new standards and new technologies for new normal. And at the end, maybe we should call it Balkanization. This is what we should go to, tourism Balkanization, and create something like that and to go for it, because together definitely we should be able to make it function much better than it functions right now. And maybe if there are any questions, and if not, there is a question that I would like to ask Cornelia regarding the airline situation. What is the situation? Do you have, because there have been, I mean, the situation is not clear to me regarding the airlines in Albania. Do you have a national airline? Is it operating? What is the situation in the airline business now in Albania?
Yes, Alexandra, we have a national line, let's say, and it's operating in different countries.
Okay.
But the incoming tourism in Albania, especially is through charters, let's say, because we have different tourists from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, which comes with charters, or from
Italy.
Poland, from
You have a lot of,
Italy.
you have Italy, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Italy operates with normal lines, but for
Okay.
special markets, we mainly operate with charters.
Okay,
But
I
with
see.
normal lines, of course, for Germany, Austria, and the Western, let's say, Europe, we operate with normal lines. Now, depending on the situation, each country has its own restrictions, let's say, but for now the situation is stable.
Okay, good. Great to hear it. And also what I would like to point out, what Branka was mentioning, safety. As I was mentioning, marketing, Branka was mentioned many times word safety, which I think should be promoted all over. And there are so many ways to promote safety in the countries. But as we were discussing on many conferences, we should promote our region as a COVID responsible region, not as a COVID safe region, because none of the countries are safe when it comes to COVID. We cannot guarantee to any tourist that they can be safe when the situation, medical situation gets stabilized. But promoting safety is something. Safer tourism is something what is missing, because I do follow a lot of hotel trends all over the world, and I can see that they have a specific way of safety promotion, and this is of course something that tourists are looking for, especially tourists which go for luxury tourism. Safety is number one, as Branka mentioned. So all the strategies promoting safer tourism should be implemented. What I also suggest, and maybe Jürgen, you could say a bit more about that. There is, for those who haven't been attending our session previously, there is a safer seal or safer stamp issued by our organization, which all the businesses can apply for. And maybe Jürgen, you can say a word about that, if you don't mind.
Yes, we're established this in response or in addition to what WTTC, the World Travel and Tourism Council, did. They established a safer tourism stamp. We went with the seal, and the difference is it's exactly what you said, Alexander. We did not want to come out with the word safe. We had concerns with the word safe. I know we had this discussion because no one can really claim to be safe. And in the United States, that also would open up the door for legal liabilities in a lot of ways. So our safer means basically it's a self-evaluation. We rely on the business to declare themselves safe, of course, with putting certain restrictions, certain implementations in place. And we don't judge this, but we look at their implementations. That is a free version anyone can apply for. We also have a better version. It has an evaluation. One of our experts, Dr. Peter Tarlow, who has been in the safety and security world for the last 27 years, would do a questionnaire and interview. And that has a little bit more value, I think, because it's also, you get the opinion and the advice. It's more the consulting from an outside source. We have been putting the SEER right now a little bit on the back burner. And the reason for this is because the world went back into a second phase. And we didn't want to be here promoting tourism and telling destinations that are safe, because right now there is a lot of uncertainty, and there are different countries, different regions in the world with different problems. Where I come from, in Hawaii, we're doing okay, but the rest of the United States is absolutely in dire strait, and I personally would not travel anywhere to the US mainland right now because of COVID. Now the situation in Europe is diversified, and these are all things we need to have in consideration, because it's not only the safety of a destination, the safety of an airline, it's the safety overall for the entire travel experience. What we do promote, and it's free, and you can nominate what is, and actually, Alexander, you are one of our tourism heroes, is our hero program. And a hero program is something we wanted to recognize people that have gone the extra miles, like yourself, in this during this crisis to make a difference. And we don't charge for this. You cannot buy it, you cannot earn it, but you can apply for it. And we encourage those people that you think should be recognized to go to our website, and it's called heroes.travel. And you can nominate yourself, you can nominate anyone. And we don't, it doesn't mean when you nominate someone, they would actually get the reward, but we're looking at everyone who is nominated to see what we're doing. But the safer seal is definitely something we wanted to jumpstart again once the situation is right. And
yeah.
And when it comes to the Balkan region altogether, it's you mentioned marketing. If I can add this to it, we're going to live in a different world in tourism. It's a more competitive world. Probably less people will travel in the future. Meetings are going to be cut down because people saw how easy it is to meet on Zoom. It doesn't mean it's the same, but it's cheaper. And so our tourism will look different. It's maybe it has more more of a cultured theme, more of a luxury theme. We don't know, and that's what marketing is all about. In order to compete, we're going to have more competition. It is important to keep the word out. When I see these presentations you saw, and many of the other presentations, you get homesick to travel. You know, I'm on this beautiful island here, but it's, you know, you see it every day, so it's no longer that beautiful. I want to get out of here, and a lot of people have the time to look at these presentations. In the past, they didn't have the time. So right now, the time is right to tell people, look, when things go back to normal, this is what you really should visit and see.
Yeah, true, so true. And also what I would like to add, because marketing is my passion and I love it. And as I mentioned, very specific marketing standards in this during this COVID pandemic. So no matter what government or national tourism agencies are doing, and some of them are doing great job. For example, and honestly, in Montenegro, they haven't been doing much and not according to COVID standards. But what should be done? Actually, small and medium-sized businesses, and namely hotels, I think they should be encouraged and supported to perform proper way of marketing according to COVID standards. And as I mentioned, yes, we have to insist on safety, but there should be ways how to promote it. And when you say marketing, most of the people think of big budgets and so on, but it's not the way. Now, in the face of digitalization, everything is so, you can do so many things with so small budgets. And you need to be very creative. You need to have to implement innovations, and I think this is what you should go for. And definitely, whoever, not only from Balkan, but you know, on the VTN network, wants to have a further discussion with me on this topic, you know, you can approach me and we can go into details, because maybe I shouldn't just now talk about it and keep you all guys listening to it, but you know, we should definitely stay in touch, and we should definitely further discuss all the possibilities to bring our Balkan back on tourism feet. And as Ms. Snežana said, she said hopefully by 2022 things will get better, but also hoping that things will be much better in 2021. Definitely tourism will never be the way it used to be. So no, all the standards which used to be in power before the pandemic are old-fashioned now. They became old-fashioned, and everything will be different. Tourism will not be the same, and we have to catch up with new standards in the new normal and to make it function.
And Alexander, to work together, because that's one thing you mentioned and what we really think we can contribute to. with our interest groups, it's a good way besides the chapter. So you mentioned marketing. I don't know why I never thought about it, but we should have a special interest group on marketing. Where all the marketing professionals, all this can contribute to this discussion. And I'd be happy to set this up.
Please do it.
And we need someone to lead it. If you want to lead it in the beginning, and that's great.
Yeah, you can count on me. You can count on me, and I think that's a good point. Maybe Branka, you can give a suggestion, as you are a general manager of the hotel, of a big hotel. Do you like the idea?
Yes.
Branka?
Yeah. Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm sure that the assistance would be welcome.
Yeah, and then so every session, we had a session just a couple hours ago on Bangladesh, and we talked about fashion and the fashion and tourism industry. So then I thought about our friends in Nigeria, where we heard the word fashion. So now we're going to add a fashion interest group. And all of this comes together because everyone is looking at this and said, how would I fit in, if at all? Not everyone fits into everything.
True.
So that's a good thing. I think what we can get out of this session is we're adding a marketing group, and maybe the Balkan can be a leading force. You know,
Jürgen, can I say something? Yeah.
And, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm very pleased to be a part of this discussion, and thank you for all the presenters, for all the beautiful windows you opened for us to the Balkan region. I was lucky enough to be in Porridge in the late 80s, and I really enjoyed that in Croatia. So as you can see, I'm not in tourism business, but I am in sustainability business and engineering. So I just wanted to bring maybe a different perspective. First of all, we all are sitting in the same boat. We all are facing challenges with the COVID-19, with traveling, with transportation. Everything is different, but the issue is the same, so that we all need to address. What I would like to bring in, since we are discussing rebuilding, rethinking, I think it is really, Ivan said, educating staff members, educating the countries. And if everybody does that, the tourists will be also educated when they come to different areas. So I think having the idea of strong communities, and when you can build groups to be more sustainable and also resilient, because sustainability and resiliency is basically goes hand in hand. You cannot address one without really recognizing the other parts of each balance side, for resiliency and sustainability. So making areas, communities, regions less depending on big travel, the domestic makes totally sense, especially for Europe, because people don't even need to fly. They can just take the car, so, and travel by car. Europe is beautiful and small, so this is the advantage that Europe has, But nonetheless, I think there are also, from my experience working in as facilities director in different setting of buildings, it is important to also address the efficiency of the facilities, the infrastructure that everyone has, So when you want to also educate your staff in how they can save energy and operation. It's a lot of time when I go and I do energy audits for different commercial and residential buildings. I see that this is a factor that people are not really looking at, but there is a lot of potential into making savings on one end and investing something else, even if it's investing in your staff, that we are looking also into having more also energy equality. That is something that is helping everybody, small communities, large communities, and also globally and at large. I think that is because we are also depending on a lot of regulations. So if we start in a small regions, it's much easier to come up with policies that can apply to a smaller group than the larger group. So that is where I think when we get started there, so it will help all of us to have a better setting smaller goals to reach them is much, much easier and also faster to achieve than the large ones that we are depending on global reactions.
And Gisa, you know, and I know you've been very passionate. We had our own session. You can see an archive of energy saving, and I thought this would fit very well with our interest group, Green and Clean. But if you think we can, you should do another interest group in regards to global energy challenges. Just let me know. We'd be happy to add this, and then so this could be one of our discussions. But thank you very much. Also, we had Professor Deschneza, I probably pronounced this so wrong, raising a hand here. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, yes. Snezhana, it means Snevitchen or Snow White.
Okay. Okay.
So I can translate my name in all languages of the world. This is very, very good what previous lady said. I'm sorry, I don't know the name. Education is very, very important. So I think that we should have a chapter for education, because we have to educate people in tourism in all fields about the sustainable tourism, about the energy in tourism, about the risk in tourism, about many, many other things. So I propose to have a chapter about education, for education.
Oh, no, when you propose it, I hope you're aware you have to lead that chapter, because we don't have it. But if you wanted to put this together, we would very much welcome that, and we can call it something you can lead and start. Doesn't mean you have to lead it forever, but someone has to start it. And
you can count on me. I can
perfect.
start it, and I think that many very interesting persons will join from all over the world, because we have very good educators in tourism, and I think that it will be very good for our network.
No, that would be wonderful. So please also join us, so you're part of the team officially, and I thank you for that. And I think we've been talking about education before, and I'm really glad you brought this up. This is very important. We talked also, yeah, we have talked about it in Africa in length, and really it never emerged. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Tourism and education is my life. So I propose it, and I will do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you probably have already a team, because if you just look through the history of people we had in discussion, and just picking out of the blue, but we had a very interesting lady. She's in Pakistan, Turkish lady. She had a fascinating vision on educational projects. She teaches at a university. We have Professor Lippmann, who is working also with our Clean and Green team. We have a lot of people who are in this field and are interested in this.
Mrs. Rosala just sent us a message that she is joining too. So we are two of us, and then we will continue.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wanted to say something? We're a little bit, actually we're 30 minutes over time, so that's always a good sign. I don't mind to be over time, but because that always means it's interesting. This was interesting, I really have to say, and we made so many new friends. What is even, I think, more important here. Alexandra, I'll give you the last part.
Well, I'm so happy that we gathered together here, and this is our first session, and hopefully we will have more and more in the near future. And I would really like everybody interested in building up our Balkan tourism story to get together. I'm here available for all the comments, all the suggestions, all the help that I can offer to all of you. And I would like to thank you for attending this session. It has been a great pleasure to host it, and I'm really honored to be in charge of Balkan chapter, Jürgen, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Alexandra. You have
all of you.
the center for the building, not only for the Balkan session, but for the overall organization, because you've been the first lady, as I said, the first person saying that we should have chapters, and it really kind of shaped what we wanted to do. So we became more than a discussion group, and that's thanks to your insight. So you've been there. Balkan is becoming the most important region for us because of you. And I wanted to also thank everyone else for attending this event, and everyone else who's joined us remotely on the various media channels and on our social media channels. Next time, if you wanted to be live and part of an event, just simply go to wtn.travel/expo or go to wtn.travel, click on the blue banner. You can become a member or an observer. Observer is free. For a member, you get a profile actually, and people know you. Observer is more anonymous, but regardless, you're welcome to be a guest at our, not only at our lounge events we have till the end of December. There'll be a lot more after this, and it's not going to only be events. It's going to be hard. There are going to be interest groups, chapters, and we're trying to really help to reshape the industry. We're looking out very closely also to the medium and small sized businesses. That's what we are about, and I think that's how we can business also the countries. You know, probably the national tourism people from the United States, they have more resources than the National Tourism Board from San Marino. We know that, but everyone should be equally represented in the world. Now it becomes a new normal, and with Zoom and everything else has shaped how the meetings work, how associations can be structured and communicate. And my publication eTurboNews is there 100% to support. And with all of you, I think this could be quite a success. But I wanted to say again, good evening to you in Europe. Good day to our friends here in the US. We have another fascinating session coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes with Dr. Eleanor Garley. She is one of our reporters in New York, has been working with eTurboNews for almost 20 years, and she's known not to do lip service. So it's a very candid look on the Caribbean and their situation. So don't expect a lot of lip service here, but it'll be interesting and going to be constructive. So if you wanted to attend again, go to wtn.travel and go to Expo, and you can sign up for this and many other events. We have Saudi Arabia coming up tomorrow and a lot more. Again, aloha from Hawaii. Good day to every one of you, and thank you from here. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.